The desert remembers. Before kings wore crowns, before pyramids touched the sky, there was only flame and silence. From the horizon rose Ra, first light, father of dawn, whose wings spread across heaven to guard the fragile breath of mortals. Yet not all sought light. Beneath the sands something vast stirred, a pyramid not built by hands but born of void. Black, seamless, hungering, a shape that pierced eternity itself. And so began the war of circle and angle, flame and silence, memory and forgetting. A war not fought with swords but with whispers, with lamps, with the very choice to remember or to let silence consume. This is the chronicle of Ra and the Great Giant Pyramid. A tale of sacrifice and prophecy, of gods and mortals, of battles fought not once but forever. The desert remembers. Always. The desert was vast. Not merely wide, not merely endless, but something more profound, more crushing. A silence that consumed. Across its shifting dunes the stars bled faintly into retreat, for the night was ending. Normally, dawn was a chorus in Egypt. Jackals retreating to dens, ibis calling, the murmurs of priests preparing incense as the horizon blushed red with the promise of Ra's return. But this dawn was wrong. The sand did not move. The air did not breathe. The Nile, that eternal serpent of life, did not glisten with morning dew. Its waters were sluggish as though the river itself held its breath. Even the wind, that ancient sculptor of dunes, paused mid-motion, as if the whole world awaited something unspeakable. And the people felt it. In Memphis, in Thebes, in distant villages by the cataracts, farmers awoke with a weight upon their chests, unable to explain why their hearts pounded in their sleep. Mothers hushed their children not with words but with trembling hands, as though noise itself might invite danger. Priests abandoned their scrolls mid-chant, their voices faltering. Atop the sacred city of Heliopolis, the center of the sun's worship, the great obelisk loomed like a spear against the dark. It was here that the high priests gathered, draped in linen white, their shaven heads bowed before the horizon. They had done this countless times before. Every morning their chants of awakening called to Ra, the sun, summoning him from his nightly battle against the serpent Apophis. But this time the words burned in their throats. The oldest priest, his skin wrinkled like papyrus left too long in the sun, forced his voice to rise. O Ra, falcon of the horizon, Khepri the becoming, Aten of eternal flame, rise. His words echoed hollow against the stone. No bird stirred. No breeze carried the smoke of incense. The silence pressed like an iron weight. Then the horizon quivered. Usually the first sign of Ra's ascent was the gentle glow, the spilling of gold across black sky, a slow and triumphant unveiling. But today the light was hesitant. The rim of the sun disk shivered as though something immense pressed down against it. The priests gasped. One fell to his knees, clutching his chest as though the very heartbeat of the world had faltered. And then the sound came. Not thunder, not wind, but a deep, groaning rumble, as if the bones of the earth themselves remembered a wound. Sand poured down unseen slopes. Dunes trembled. The ground shook in slow, colossal pulses, each reverberation like the footfall of a titan buried beneath the desert. From beneath the sands something rose. At first it was a jagged outline like a mountain being born in fast motion. But no mountain had ever been so precise, so impossibly sharp. The shape grew and grew, blotting out the rising sun, until priests cowered before it, shielding their eyes not from light but from the absence of it. A pyramid, but not like those of men. Not like Giza's noble tombs nor the step pyramids of Saqqara. This one was seamless, hewn of no blocks, no chisel marks, no mortal labor. It emerged as if it had always been there, slumbering beneath the dunes, waiting for an hour of awakening. Its sides glistened black, not the black of night, but a devouring darkness, deeper than shade, deeper than void. Its peak pierced the sky, stabbing into the firmament, so high it seemed to challenge Nut herself, the sky goddess. And its shadow moved. Not the passive shadow cast by stone, but something alive. It slithered, it shifted, it reached, across dunes, across villages, stretching as though with intention. Those who stood within it felt cold pierce their bones, a cold that was not of wind but of absence. Crops withered instantly, birds dropped from the sky mid-flight, and even the Nile stuttered, its flow thickening into sluggish blackness. The priests of Heliopolis fell silent. One tore his linen robe, crying, "It is the eater of dawn, the devourer of light." Another struck his own forehead with trembling fists, whispering words not of prayer but of fear. Far above, Ra had not yet risen. His golden disk was trapped at the horizon, straining against the weight of the pyramid's shadow. His falcon eyes burned across the void, but even he hesitated. For Ra remembered. The children were the first to scream. In a small village clinging to the Nile's eastern bank, where clay houses leaned together like weary companions, boys and girls had gathered to greet the dawn. It was custom to point at the horizon when Ra's first beams arrived, for their mothers told them the god himself would bless the innocent who welcomed his light. But this morning, when their small fingers stretched toward the horizon, they did not find the warm glow of gold. Instead, they pointed into the mouth of a shadow that swallowed even their laughter. One child began to cry, and then another, until the whole village resounded with voices raw with terror. Their parents rushed out, eyes wide at the monstrous shape climbing beyond the dunes. A pyramid, but not one they had ever seen on their journeys to Giza or Saqqara. This one seemed to have been carved from night itself. Old men collapsed, muttering words from the oldest scrolls, fragments of warnings half remembered. Women pressed amulets of Isis and Hathor to their lips, begging protection. Farmers dropped their tools, their gazes chained to the impossible shadow that lengthened across the fields. Where the shadow touched, green stalks shriveled, reeds turned brittle, papyrus curled into ash. News traveled quickly along the river. Boatmen lashed their skiffs to shore, refusing to row. Merchants abandoned their wares, muttering that no silver, no gold, no grain could buy safety now. From Elephantine to the Delta, whispers grew. A pyramid has risen where no pyramid was built. The priests of other nomes lit hurried fires, scattering salt, beating drums, invoking every god they knew. Some called to Thoth, others to Osiris, others to Neith the huntress. But their chants faltered, for each knew that only one god could answer this challenge. The god of the sun himself. And still Ra delayed. Far above, in the bark of the heavens, Ra sat enthroned. His golden disk, usually a blaze that needed no effort to rise, now strained at the horizon. His falcon form, proud and eternal, leaned forward, his feathers rustling with heat. His hand gripped the steering oar of the solar bark, yet his arm trembled. Behind him stood the crew of divine beings who daily accompanied him through the sky. Mot, feather of truth, placed her hand upon his shoulder, whispering, "Father of light, why do you pause?" Ra's eyes narrowed. In their depths burned fires older than earth, yet now they quivered. Because this is not new. This is not born of chance. He spoke not to Mot alone but to all aboard, to Sia, perception incarnate, to Hu, divine word, to Heka, the very magic of existence. Each bent closer as Ra's voice rolled like thunder over still waters. Before the first dawn, before I rose from the primeval mound, there was another form. Arrival to the circle. Where I embody eternity, endless without angle, there arose the angle sharp, the geometry of defiance. It sought to rival my disk with its point, my fire with its shadow. The gods cast it down into the sands, bound it beneath earth and silence. But now, he gestured toward the rising colossus, its tip already piercing nut star flesh. Now it remembers. The crew stirred uneasily. Mot's feather shivered. Heka lowered his gaze. Sia's eyes widened as visions filled him. Men vanishing into the pyramid's shadow, rivers choking, stars fading from the firmament. Mot whispered, "Then you must strike it now before its shape completes itself." But Ra said nothing. Meanwhile in Heliopolis the high priests fell into panic. The oldest among them, Meripta, tried to steady his voice. "It is a test," he proclaimed, clutching his staff of acacia. "The Great One shows us the memory of chaos so that we may prove faithful. Chant, my brothers, chant." And chant they did, voices trembling, yet they forced hymns into the air. Ra who rises, Ra who burns, Ra who breathes the breath of creation, come forth. Banish the darkness, shatter the shadow, awaken the world. Incense poured upward, coils of smoke reaching toward the horizon. But the smoke twisted unnaturally, sucked toward the pyramid as though the black structure inhaled devotion itself. The priests stared in horror as their offering vanished into nothingness. One dropped his censer, spilling embers across the temple floor. Another tore his throat raw, shouting prayers that no longer felt like protection but like pleas of desperation. The people gathered outside the temple gates, waiting for assurance. Mothers clutched infants. Fathers stood rigid, holding staffs or stones, though what stone could be thrown at a pyramid larger than mountains? Their eyes begged the priests for comfort, but the priests themselves shook like reeds in storm. Above them the sun still struggled to rise. The pyramid was not content to simply stand. Its shadow grew longer, thicker, stretching across desert and city alike. From its peak a faint glow emerged, not light, not fire, but something darker than absence, like the shimmer of oil upon still water. It spread into the sky in a narrow beam, cutting through clouds, through the fabric of heaven itself. And where it passed, stars vanished. Nut, the sky goddess, arched her body protectively over the world, but even she quivered. The beam cut through her skin like a knife, leaving trails of empty void where once constellations had shone. The Milky Way dimmed. The scorpion twisted in agony. Orion's belt broke, scattering into darkness. On earth men fell to their knees. Some cried that the end had come. Others, in madness, prostrated themselves before the pyramid, declaring it a god greater than Ra. Thus the first seeds of betrayal were sown. And still Ra watched. His falcon eyes burned with ancient fire. He saw the mortals cower, he heard the priests falter, he felt the wound in Nut's body above. His hand gripped the steering oar until flames licked at the wood. Then he rose to his full height upon the bark, his voice crashing across creation. This is not Apophis. This is not the serpent of night. This is older, this is defiance given form. And I alone shall face it. But even as he spoke, a whisper reached him. It did not come from his crew. It did not come from the gods. It came from the pyramid itself. A voice without sound, a message without words, blooming directly into his mind. You burn Sunday. You blaze. But every blaze consumes itself. I am angle. I am hunger. I do not shine, yet I endure. Your circle will tire. Your fire will fade. But I. The whisper grew sharper, slicing into his mind like a blade. I will rise eternal. R.A. clenched his fists. His disc flared, forcing the whisper back but not erasing it. The pyramid had spoken, and its promise echoed across the desert. The age of shadow had begun. Upon the field of light, where the horizon stretched like an endless mirror, the gods gathered. It was not a mortal place, but a plain woven from truth itself, the white plain of Mot, where no lie could endure, where even gods trembled to speak for fear their words might reveal too much. Here R.A. had summoned the Ennead, the 9 great ones of Heliopolis, born from him or bound to his order. One by one they arrived, their forms colossal, their presence bending the plain into shifting waves of light. Osiris, Lord of Green, stepped forth first, draped in silver wrappings, his crown tall, his crook and flail gleaming with quiet justice. Beside him came Isis, his queen, her wings wide as midnight rivers, feathers whispering with hidden power. Set appeared in a crack of flame, red-skinned, sharp-headed, eyes glittering with mischief and malice. His steps left scorched imprints upon the ground of truth, yet the field endured. Thoth followed, long-beaked and solemn, his ibis form cloaked in scrolls that smoldered with eternal words. He carried a reed pen dripping with starlight, ready to record the decree that would soon be made. Nephthys shadowed Isis, a figure draped in dusk, silent but fierce, her presence a comfort to mortals lost between life and death. Horus, the younger falcon, strode like flame-given feathers, eyes of vengeance bright with the storms of tomorrow. And last, silent yet immense, came Geb the earth and Nut the sky, their vastness restrained into shapes that could walk this plain. Geb's skin shimmered with soil and stone, rivers winding across his chest. Nut bowed her starry body low, for already her flesh bore scars from the pyramid's lance of shadow. The plain trembled under their gathering. R.A. stood at the center, his disk blazing brighter than all, his falcon face stern with fire. They beheld the vision together. For on the field of light, R.A. conjured what all mortals already saw, the great giant pyramid rising higher than mountains, its shadow spreading across Egypt, its peak stabbing the sky. The gods gazed upon it and none spoke at first. Even Set, who delighted in chaos, folded his arms in uncharacteristic silence. At last Isis spoke. Her voice trembled with awe but also with anger. This is no monument. It is a wound. A hunger shaped into form. It drinks prayers, it swallows offerings, it devours stars. If it is not stopped, it will drink even you, O-R-A. Osiris lifted his crook, his green skin glowing faintly. I have walked the duet, I have seen what awaits souls. This thing is not of death nor of rebirth. It is nothingness given edges. A tomb not for kings but for light itself. Thoth scribbled furiously, sparks flying from his pen. The geometry is forbidden. Look upon its sides. Not golden ratio, not sacred measure, but a triangle too sharp, too exact, a defiance against harmony. It was spoken of in the first scrolls, the form that should not rise. We thought it bound beneath time. We thought it forgotten. Yet here it stands. At this Set laughed. Low, cruel, echoing like a storm on distant sands. And why should it not rise? Has not the desert tired of one sun, one light, one endless blazing order? Perhaps it is time for shadow to rule. Perhaps this pyramid is not our enemy, but our chance to unseat the tyrant's circle. The gods turned toward him, some with disgust, others with fear. Horus snarled, his falcon wings spreading. Your words betray you, uncle. You would see even the sky torn open, if only to spite my father's throne. But Ra lifted a hand, silencing all. His voice rumbled like fire through bronze. Enough. This rises not for Set nor for mortals. It rises against all. Its heart is not chaos but hunger. Its shape is not of creation but defiance. If it endures, there will be no sky for Nut to arch, no soil for Geb to bear, no dead for Osiris to guard, no prayers for Isis to hear. There will be nothing. His words struck deep. Even Set fell silent, his smirk fading into thought. Yet the debate was not done. Nephthys whispered from the edge, her voice like twilight. Then strike it, Great One. Descend in fury, burn it before it breathes more shadow. Do not wait, lest mortals lose all hope. But Thoth shook his ibis head, his scrolls fluttering. Strike now and you risk feeding it. For the pyramid is no mere stone, it reflects what it consumes. If Ra's fire descends unmeasured, it may drink his blaze and grow brighter in its darkness. No. This must be weighed carefully. It must be understood. Isis' wings quivered. You speak as though we have time, scribe. Already villages vanish into silence. Already stars bleed. If Ra falters, who will rise tomorrow? Will you pen words by the light of a shadow? Thoth did not answer. His pen stopped. The field quivered. Then Nut herself, immense and trembling, lowered her star flesh closer. Her voice was a deep, aching resonance. It cuts me. Do you not see? The lance of its peak pierces my body. Constellations die. If it is not stopped, the heavens will bleed until I collapse. The gods shuddered. Even Set's eyes flickered uneasily. At last Ra spread his wings. His disk burned so brightly that shadows fled even on the field of Mot. Then hear my decree. I will descend. Alone. If my fire cannot break it, then let creation be undone with me. For I was the first light, and if I fall, then nothing shall remain to rise. The Ennead protested, voices clashing like storms. Isis begging to join, Horus roaring to fight at his side, Set laughing again, Osiris commanding caution. But Ra silenced them all with one word, a word that burned the plain itself. No. And with that, the sun prepared to descend into shadow. The sky split with fire. From the horizon, where his disk strained against the weight of shadow, Ra unfurled his wings in their full immensity. No longer confined to the steady course of the solar bark, he rose in his godly form, a falcon of flame, a crown of fire, a body carved from the first dawn. His cry pierced heaven and earth alike, a sound so bright that even the Nile shuddered, its waters rising in waves of liquid gold. Mortals looked upward, shielding their eyes from the blaze. Some fell to their knees in worship, crying, Ra descends. The Great One walks among us. Others wept in terror, for if the sun himself left the heavens, what remained to light the sky? In Heliopolis, the priests threw themselves prostrate on the temple floor. Their high priest, Merimna, raised his staff and shouted above the trembling of stone. O you people, look! He comes not as a disk, but as a god among gods. Do not falter, for if his fire falls, so shall we. They lit torches, though their flames looked feeble beside Ra's brilliance. They scattered natron and lotus petals, they struck sistrums and beat drums, weaving a tapestry of ritual sound to anchor the god in his descent. Each voice rose like a thread of prayer, binding Ra to their devotion, lest the pyramid's hunger strip him bare. Across Egypt the same frenzy spread. In Memphis scribes abandoned scrolls to kneel before the sun's cry. In Thebes the priests of Ammonius bowed their heads, acknowledging that this day belonged to Ra alone. Even in distant Nubia shepherds raised their hands, begging the falcon fire to spare them. The whole land became an altar, and the god descended. His wings spread flames that seared the air. Where his feathers beat, sand turned to glass. His eyes blazed with twin suns, scorching the dunes as he flew. Each breath was fire, each cry, thunder. Mortals below wept and cheered, for never had the sun taken such form upon the earth. Yet the closer he came to the pyramid, the heavier his wings grew. The shadow thickened like tar, rising in waves, curling upward to meet him. What should have been mere absence of light moved with purpose, stretching like tendrils, reaching to ensnare his fire. The pyramid's peak glowed faintly, not with radiance, but with that same dark shimmer that devoured stars. The two forces touched. Where Ra's flame met the pyramid's shadow, the air shrieked. A sound beyond hearing, beyond pain, ripped through creation. Sand exploded into black glass, dunes flattened into plains of obsidian. The priests in Heliopolis fell to the ground, clutching their ears until blood poured from them, yet they continued to chant. The first clash had begun. Ra struck with his staff of flame, the scepter crowned with burning cobra. Its lash of fire tore into the side of the pyramid. Sparks cascaded like meteors, raining upon the desert. But when the blaze cleared, no wound remained. The surface absorbed his strike, swallowing light as water swallows ink. The pyramid's peak answered. A beam of darkness, thinner than a reed, sharper than a blade, shot forth. It did not burn, it did not crush, it erased. Where it touched, flame vanished, air vanished, even the scream of impact was cut from existence. The beam grazed Ra's wing, and the feathers there ceased to be. Not burned, not broken, simply gone as though they had never existed. Ra staggered, his cry echoing. Mortals gasped as the god faltered, and many clutched their children tighter, fearing this was the end. But the sun was not so easily unmade. From his wound poured golden fire, new feathers birthing themselves from his essence. He roared, a cry that shook heaven and earth alike. I am Ra. I am the first light. I am the fire that rose from none. You will not unmake me. He hurled his disk, the blazing Aten, like a spear. It streaked across the desert sky, a wheel of gold brighter than all dawns combined, and struck the pyramid's face. The land quaked. Mountains split. The Nile reared in towering waves. For a moment, the pyramid vanished in brilliance. Mortals screamed, some in triumph, some in fear, unsure whether their god had triumphed or doomed them all. Then the light cleared, and the pyramid still stood. Its sides were unblemished, its peak higher, its shadow longer. The blow had only fed it. The shimmer at its apex pulsed stronger, a dark heartbeat echoing into every soul. And then the voice came again. Circle. Flame. Endless blaze. You waste yourself. Each strike makes me stronger. Strike again. Burn brighter. And know that brightness feeds hunger. The words slid into Ra's mind, into the minds of mortals, into the hearts of gods watching from afar. Children sobbed. Priests trembled. Even Horus, gazing from the field of light, clenched his fists in rage. Ra's fire dimmed only slightly, but enough. He realized the truth. The pyramid did not resist his flame. It devoured it. Yet still Ra refused to yield. He drew himself taller, his form blazing until he was more star than God, his disk burning holes in the heavens. He raised both hands, summoning not just fire but creation itself. The words of power tore from his throat, words spoken only once before, at the birth of dawn. Let there be light. And with that command he unleashed the fullness of his being. The desert blazed brighter than day, brighter than 10,000 suns. Rivers of flame poured across the land, not to consume but to purify. Stars themselves seemed to bow, their light bending toward him. The pyramid was engulfed. For a heartbeat, hope flared. But deep within the black geometry something stirred. The flame poured in and the pyramid's sides shivered, not breaking, not cracking, but shifting as though awakening. And from its heart, something vast and ancient whispered again, louder than before. Yes. Feed me. The land of Kemet trembled as the clash raged in the skies. The pyramid, black and impossible, drank flame after flame. Ra blazed brighter with every strike, but the darkness only grew denser, its shadow spreading across river and sand alike. Crops withered into dust. Wells curdled into sludge. The cries of children echoed hollow, as though even sound resisted existence. Yet mortals did not sit idle. In Heliopolis, the high priest Merimna tore open the sacred chest of relics. Within lay scrolls so ancient they crumbled at the touch, hymns older than dynasties, older than pyramids. He raised them high, voice breaking. Brothers, sisters, let your breath join his. If Ra burns, then let us burn with him. Let the fire of our voices rise against shadow. And so they did. Men and women filled the courtyards, pouring into the streets. They beat drums until their hands bled, clashed cymbals until their ears rang, lifted their voices until their throats cracked raw. They lit every lamp, every torch, every brazier, raising a city of flame to mirror the God above. They sang not for themselves but for him. Ra, first flame, father of light, rise above shadow, rise above silence. Burn, O sun, burn eternal. In Memphis, the priests of Ptah crafted effigies of gold, mirrors polished to brilliance, raising them toward the sky so Ra might see his own light reflected, multiplied. In Thebes, the sisters of Hathor danced upon bloodied feet, shaking sistrums until their arms went numb, weaving songs of joy in defiance of despair. In the delta, fishermen cast nets of reeds across the water, not to catch fish but to trap the shadow, chanting spells taught by grandmothers who remembered older nights of terror. The land became a single temple. The Nile itself shimmered with offerings, boats set aflame and sent drifting as candles for the sun. And Ra felt them. Every voice, every cry, every prayer, threads of devotion lashing to his wings, lifting him higher. His fire blazed anew, not merely the blaze of a god, but the blaze of a people who refused the night. He roared, striking again with fire brighter than creation. But the pyramid shifted. Until then it had been still, a vast, unyielding shape. Now its surfaces began to ripple, not like water, but like stone made liquid. Angles bent and straightened. Sides split and multiplied. What had been 4 faces became 8, then 12, then uncountable. Each new surface gleamed darker than before, swallowing Ra's fire faster, hungrier. The gods watching from the field of Mot shuddered. Thoth whispered, quill scratching furiously, Impossible. Geometry should bind. Angles should hold. Yet this is living form. A pyramid that is not fixed but infinite. Each strike births new faces. Each face births new hunger. Isis clutched her wings close, her eyes wet. Then every blow he strikes brings it closer to eternity. Set grinned, though unease flickered in his eyes. And still he strikes. Tell me, brother Horus, will your father's fire feed it until nothing remains? Or will he falter and let it swallow the world whole? Horus snarled but said nothing. His fists clenched until blood beaded from his talons. On earth the shadow spread further. In Phaeum fishermen watched the lake curdle black. In Abydos, bones rattled within tombs, ancient mummies stirring as if remembering the hunger of the pyramid. In distant Nubia the mountains themselves cracked, their peaks bowing toward the rising geometry. The people cried out in terror but also in defiance. Women smeared coal across their eyelids not for beauty but as war paint, swearing that their eyes would not dim. Men painted their chests with ash, declaring themselves shields of the sun. Even children lifted clay lamps, whispering, "Shine, Ra, shine." Their rituals mattered. For though Ra knew his fire was being consumed, he also knew he was not alone. Each chant, each mirror, each lamp was a fragment of resistance, small but vital. Without them, his blaze would have already collapsed into silence. The pyramid answered not with words this time, but with revelation. Its peak widened, splitting open like the lid of an eye. From within poured darkness not of shadow but of unlight, the negation of fire, the death of flame. It streaked across the heavens not as a beam but as lines. Lines of geometry. Triangles, sharp and endless, drawn upon the sky in strokes of void. They multiplied, overlapping, intersecting, until the heavens were no longer stars and constellations but diagrams of negation. The people below screamed as they beheld it. The sky itself was rewritten into an equation of hunger. NRA at its center roared in fury. You dare draw your angles upon my sky? Upon the canvas of Nut? Upon the body of creation itself? Then let my circle break your lines. He flared his disk to its fullest, so vast it encompassed the heavens. His fire poured outward, curving, bending, overwhelming, until every line the pyramid drew was engulfed. For a moment the sky shone again. But in the heart of that blaze the pyramid endured. Its angles bent, reformed, multiplied, always escaping, always swallowing, always whispering. Strike Sunday, feed me. I will endure. And you will fade. The firestorm faded. Smoke of molten sand hung in the air, drifting upward like a veil of sorrow. Ra hovered above the earth, wings heaving, his disk flickering as though wind threatened its flame. His strikes had been mighty, brighter than creation, hotter than the heart of stars, yet the pyramid stood untouched, drinking his fury like wine. The god realized the truth. This was not an enemy to burn. Fire only fed it. If he was to prevail, he must fight with more than flame. He called upon the bark of the day, his eternal vessel. From the horizon, the ship of heaven appeared, vast and radiant, crewed by divine beings whose forms blurred between mortal and eternal. Mot stepped aboard first, her feather of truth glowing like a white flame. Sia, perception, and Hu, divine word, followed, their voices weaving spells too ancient for mortals to hear. Heka, magic itself, spread his arms, casting nets of incantation into the void. The bark sailed through the heavens, cutting across the diagrams of shadow that the pyramid had carved into Nut's starflesh. Wherever the prow passed, the lines shuddered, retreating like wounded serpents. Ra climbed aboard, placing his hands upon the great steering oar. His eyes blazed, but his voice was low, solemn. We will not strike with flame. We will bind. We will remember the first rite, the weaving of order upon the Nun. The crew nodded. They had done this once before, at the beginning of time. Now they would do it again. The mortals below felt it. In Heliopolis, the air thickened with light that did not scorch but embraced, like dawn distilled into warmth. Priests gasped, for this was no ordinary radiance. It was ritual. It was the memory of creation itself, reaching into the present. They redoubled their chants, shifting from cries of fire to hymns of balance. Instead of striking drums, they plucked harps. Instead of clashing bronze, they lifted reeds. Songs of harmony rose, echoing the very rhythm of the cosmos. In Memphis, scribes carved circles into clay, tracing endless loops to mirror the eternal path of the sun. In Thebes, dancers slowed, moving not in frenzy but in patterns precise and graceful, their feet tracing spirals upon temple stone. In the delta, fishermen drew nets into circles, casting them into the water not to catch fish but to echo the gods' geometry. The land no longer blazed with defiance. It hummed with resonance. And the pyramid shuddered. Its surfaces rippled, its angles bending. For the first time, its shadow hesitated. Not retreating, not failing, but pausing, as though confronted with something it could not devour. Then came the voice. No longer a whisper. No longer a murmur. But a thunder of many voices, echoing from every angle of the pyramid at once. Men fell to the ground, clutching their heads, blood running from their ears. Priests trembled, struggling to hold their chants steady. Circle. Endless. Weakness. Angle. Hunger. You bind Sunday. But all bonds fray. All loops break. Even eternity cracks. The voices overlapped, multiplied, speaking truths and lies in the same breath. Some mortals began to scream, renouncing Ra, declaring the pyramid the true god. Others struck them down, shouting that betrayal was Shadow's work. Civil strife broke out in villages, men fighting men, brother slaying brother beneath the endless darkness. Ra's eyes burned. He lifted his staff not to strike but to anchor. I am the circle. I am the unbroken path. I do not fade. With each word, the bark's crew echoed him. Mot's feather flared white, Sia's vision pierced through angles, whose voice wove words of power, Hekis nets tightened around the pyramid. The sky itself quivered as bonds of order wrapped around chaos. The pyramid resisted. Its angles multiplied, splitting faster, sharper, birthing new faces in defiance. Each line tore against the nets, slicing, unraveling. Its voices grew louder, chanting. All circles break. All fire dies. You are fuel. I am form. The clash was no longer of flame and shadow, but of concepts. Geometry itself bent, the sky warping between circle and triangle, curve and edge. Stars flickered in and out of existence, some swallowed forever, others reborn brighter. Mortals fell to their knees, unable to comprehend. The world itself seemed to teeter on the brink of unmaking. At the height of this clash, Ra looked down. He saw not just priests, not just kings, but shepherds and children, farmers and builders, all lifting their voices, their hands, their fragile flames in defiance of the shadow. They were weak. Their fires were small. But they were countless. And in that moment Ra understood. This was not his battle alone. He spread his wings, his disk glowing with every mortal cry. His voice thundered across creation. Then come with me, children of earth. Let your breath be my flame, your hands my circle. Together we bind. And the land roared in answer. The pyramid screamed. Its voice split into countless fragments, no longer coherent, no longer united. Some lines bent inward, others outward, as though the form itself was fracturing. Its shadow writhed, pulling and twisting, trying to choke the song of mortals and gods alike. But the circle held. The bark glowed brighter, its prow cutting through angles, its nets tightening. For the first time the pyramid faltered. And in that falter, Ra glimpsed its heart. Not stone, not shadow, but a void, a hollow hunger, endless, bottomless, where light fell forever and never returned. And the void looked back at him. The scream of the pyramid did not echo outward. It echoed inward. It was not sound but absence, a roar that stripped thought, memory, even self. Mortals who heard it dropped lifeless to the ground, eyes open yet empty, as if their souls had been drunk in a single breath. Priests clutched their scrolls and tore them to pieces, desperate to silence the geometry unfolding in their minds. Children wailed and pressed clay lamps to their foreheads, begging Ra to shield them. And still the void pulled. Ra hovered before it, his wings trembling, his disk flickering. Within the pyramid's shifting angles he saw what no god wished to see, the truth of its heart. A hollow. Not darkness. Darkness still had weight, still had presence. This was less than nothing, an unplace, a devouring absence where fire, stone, word, and memory collapsed into unbeing. When he gazed upon it, he saw suns unravel, rivers dry before their birth, men unborn and forgotten. It was not death. It was erasure. And it wanted him. The void whispered, "You blaze. You circle." But circles spin themselves into exhaustion. Flame devours itself. Give me your core and rest. I will hold what you drop. I will endure what you cannot. Ra roared in defiance, yet his roar quavered. For in his heart he knew the whisper carried a shadow of truth. Flame did consume itself. Circles spun until weary. And even the sun must one day set. The mortals below felt it too. Dreams poured into waking minds. Farmers collapsed mid-step, eyes rolling back, seeing visions not their own. Builders dropped stones, staring at the air as though walls of invisible angles surrounded them. Women screamed as their children drew shapes in the dirt, sharp triangles interlocked, diagrams too precise for hands so small. In Thebes, scribes tore their clay tablets, weeping ink-black tears as lines of geometry forced themselves across their vision. In Memphis, blacksmiths struck iron only for sparks to form triangles instead of circles, defying the nature of flame. The world itself was bending. On the bark, Mot fell to her knees, pressing her feather to her breast. Great One, it seeks not only you. It reaches for truth itself. If it devours me, all balance unravels. Sia cried out, his vision bleeding stars. I see it, Ra. A world unmade. Not do-it, not heaven, not earth. Only angles folding forever, men without names, gods without thrones. Who clutched his throat, his voice faltering. If I am silenced, no word will remain to call fire into being. Even Heka, magic itself, flickered as though unraveling. His nets frayed, breaking strand by strand against the infinite faces of the pyramid. Ra's wings shook. He looked upon his companions, his people, his world, all bound upon the edge of nothing. And for the first time since he had risen from the waters of none, he felt fear. Then came the visions. The void, sensing his weakness, poured images into his mind. He saw Egypt without sun, its sands cold, its temples silent, its Nile frozen black. He saw mortals wandering blind, their shadows sharp but their faces gone. He saw pyramids, not monuments but mouths. Endless mouths drinking stars, their peaks stabbing through corpses of gods who no longer remembered their own names. He saw himself not blazing but dim, sinking into the void like a coal into water, his disk dissolving, his wings folding until Ra was no more. And beyond that, silence. Silence eternal. He staggered. His flame dimmed. The pyramid swelled, its peak splitting wider, hungry to drink him whole. The mortals below felt it, their chants faltering. Lamps flickered. Torches died. Children cried, Ra falls. Ra falls. And then a voice rose, not from gods, not from priests, but from a single child. A girl in Heliopolis, no older than 7, stood upon the temple steps. Her hair tangled, her face streaked with dust and tears, she lifted a clay lamp and whispered, "Shine." The word was small, fragile, but pure. Others heard. They took up her whisper, repeating it. First dozens, then hundreds, then thousands across Egypt. Not elaborate hymns, not thunderous chants, but a single word, passed from mouth to mouth, heart to heart. Shine. The lamps rekindled. The torches blazed. The Nile shimmered once more with floating lights. The land whispered in unison, shine. And Ra heard. Strength returned to his wings. His disk blazed anew, brighter for the weakness that had almost undone him. He gazed into the void and knew what must be done. He could not destroy it. He could not starve it. But he could seal it. The price would be his fire. He raised his staff high, voice thundering across heaven and earth. If hunger is your heart, then let my fire be your prison. If absence is your form, then let my circle bind you. I give not a strike but myself. You will drink and choke upon me. The pyramid screamed, its angles splitting, its voices multiplying in fury. You cannot. You feed me. You end yourself. Ra's fire blazed higher. Better I end than all. Better one sun fall than every flame be undone. And he prepared the rite of sacrifice. The sky burned with silence. Ra stood upon the bark, his wings outstretched, his disk flaring until it cracked with golden fire. Around him, Mot, Sia, Hu, and Heka faltered, their forms flickering as the void gnawed at them. The pyramid loomed before him, angles multiplying, voices splitting into a chorus of mockery and hunger. And yet the god's gaze was calm, for he had chosen. On the field of Mot, the Ennead watched. Isis screamed, her wings trembling as she fell to her knees. Husband of light, do not. If you fall, the world will unravel. There must be another way. Osiris gripped his crook and flail, his green skin dimming. Brother, if you yield, who will guide the living? Who will warm the crops? Who will hold the balance? Horus cried out, talons bleeding from his clenched fists. Father, I will fight in your stead. Do not bear this burden alone. Even Set, whose smile had never faltered, now looked uneasy. You mean to throw yourself into its maw? You will not cage it, you will be swallowed. And then what? Chaos unbound, without even a sun to restrain it. But Ra silenced them all. His voice shook the field of truth itself. I was the first to rise from the none. I was the flame that tore shadow apart. If flame must burn itself to guard creation, then so be it. One fire is nothing beside the breath of all. The field quivered. Not one god dared speak again. On earth, mortals trembled as visions of Ra's intent spread like lightning across their dreams. Farmers dropped to the soil, pressing their foreheads to the dust. Mothers wept into their children's hair. Priests tore their robes, striking their chests until blood ran. But the girl with the clay lamp, the child whose single word had rekindled Egypt, raised her voice again. Shine. Others joined. Not in protest, not in denial, but in acceptance. They did not beg Ra to stay. They begged him to shine, even if shining meant falling. Their voices grew, carrying across Nile and desert alike, until Egypt itself was one chorus. Shine, shine, shine. Ra heard, and he smiled. For the first time since the pyramid rose, the god of the sun smiled. Not in triumph, not in defiance, but in love. He lifted his staff, the scepter, and plunged it into his own disk. Light exploded. The heavens split, rivers of fire pouring across creation. Ra's form shuddered, his wings disintegrating into feathers of pure flame, his crown of light melting into molten rivers that draped across the bark. His chest opened, not with wound but with brilliance, revealing the core of the sun. The first fire, the spark that had risen from the mound at the dawn of all things. The pyramid howled, its voices twisting in rage. No, not gift, not sacrifice. I drink your fury, not your surrender. But Ra ignored it. He pulled his heart of fire from his chest, cupping it in blazing hands. His body dimmed, his form faltering, but his eyes never wavered. He looked upon Egypt, upon the mortals chanting below, upon the gods watching above, and he declared, If you hunger, then choke. If you drink, then drown. This flame is not strike nor weapon. It is circle. It is bond. It is eternity. And with those words he cast his heart into the void. The pyramid screamed. Its angles folded inward, its shadow writhing. It devoured the heart of the sun, but this was no fuel, no flame to feed hunger. It was a circle unbroken, a bond that even absence could not dissolve. The void convulsed. The geometry collapsed upon itself. 12 faces became 8, 8 became 4, 4 became 1. The pyramid shrank, its peak lowering, its shadow retreating. Its voices broke into fragments, sputtering, then silenced. For the first time since it rose, the pyramid faltered. And then it froze. Stone. Black, seamless, immense but silent. The hunger sealed, bound by the sacrifice of Ra's own flame. The world wept. The Nile flowed again, waters shimmering silver. Crops stirred, their stalks greening. Birds cried in the sky, their wings free. Children laughed, though tears streamed down their cheeks. Egypt lived. But the sun did not rise. The sky was dim, not dark but not bright. A twilight where mortals shivered, unsure if dawn would ever come again. They lifted their hands, praying, whispering the word the child had spoken, shine. And then, faintly upon the horizon, a glow stirred. Not blazing, not triumphant, but steady. The disk of Ra rose once more, dimmer, weaker, but alive. His form flickered in the heavens, his fire diminished, yet he endured. For though he had given his heart, the love of mortals had rekindled him. He was no longer the invincible flame, but he was the eternal light. The gods sighed in relief. Isis wept. Horus roared his father's name. Even Set bowed his head, muttering words none had ever heard him say. Perhaps the circle holds. And the mortals built. They gathered stone block upon block, raising monuments across the sands. Not to rival the pyramid of hunger, but to remember, to bind memory into form. Each stone was prayer, each angle defiance, each peak a reminder that once the sun gave his heart to cage the void. Thus were born the pyramids of men. The desert lay still again. Not the stillness of dread, but of aftermath. The air smelled of stone scorched and river reborn. The black pyramid loomed upon the horizon, no longer shifting, no longer whispering, but silent. Its surface was lifeless, yet its shadow lingered faintly, a scar upon the sand that even the brightest flame could not erase. Ra hovered weakly in the heavens. His disk glowed pale, no longer the fierce blaze of old, but a steady ember. His wings beat slowly, each motion heavy, as though every feather carried the weight of creation itself. And yet he endured. He had given his heart. He had sealed the void. And though diminished, he still rose. On the field of Mot, the Ennead gathered once more. Isis approached him first, tears streaking her star-dark face. She lifted her hands as though to embrace him, but dared not touch. Beloved of dawn, you have returned, but at what cost? Your flame is dim. Your disk no longer scorches as before. Ra's voice was low, a whisper compared to the thunder he once wielded. The void is sealed. That is enough. Osiris stepped forward, his eyes somber. Sealed, yes, but not destroyed. It slumbers. One day, perhaps, it may wake again. Thoth, ever the scribe, unrolled a scroll of starlight. His quill scratched furiously as he muttered, "It must be remembered. Not as triumph, not as failure, but as warning. Mortals must never forget. If memory fades, the void may find breath once more." Set laughed bitterly, though his voice was hollow. So the sun is dim, the void sleeps, and mortals live another day. But tell me, Ra, how many more days before you fade completely? How long can you rise with half a heart? Ra's eyes burned faintly. As long as they believe. As long as one lamp burns, one prayer rises, one child whispers, "Shine," I will rise. That is the bond. That is the circle. The gods fell silent. For even Set could not mock the truth of it. And below, the mortals began to build. At first, they laid stones in circles, small mounds of memory. But circles did not endure against the desert winds. The people remembered the battle, the form of the enemy, and they chose to bind it in imitation. Triangles, angles, pyramids, but not seamless black, not devouring shadow. Stone by stone, hand by hand, they built shapes of order, faces aligned with stars, peaks aimed not to wound the sky but to honor it. Each pyramid was a chain of memory, a seal upon the earth to echo Ra's sacrifice in the heavens. In Saqqara rose the first steps. In Giza the greatest peaks. Each monument was a prayer carved in stone. We remember. We bind. We shine. Ra gazed upon them from his weakened throne. His disk flickered, but his eyes softened. Good. Let them build. Let each stone hold the memory of shadow. Let each angle remind them of the day the void sought to rise. For if they remember, I endure. The gods nodded. Nut stretched across the sky, her scars still glowing faintly where the pyramid's lance had pierced her. Geb groaned softly, his body still aching from the quake. Isis wrapped her wings around the horizon, whispering lullabies to mortals who still trembled. and the Black Pyramid stood silent, its hunger chained. Thus ended the first battle. But in every dawn since, Ra rose not as conqueror but as guardian. For he knew, and the gods knew and mortals whispered, that the void was never gone. It was only waiting. And so, each pyramid of men, each stone laid by mortal hands, was not only a tomb, not only a monument but a vow. A vow to remember the day when light gave its heart, when shadow nearly swallowed creation, when even the sun was forced to bleed. A vow that no circle would ever break. The desert remembered. Though centuries passed, the sands of Kemet still carried the echo of that night when the sun nearly fell. Every dawn was touched with a tremor of awe. Mortals rose to greet Ra not as a distant god, but as a savior who had given his heart to preserve their breath. His disk, though dimmer than in ages past, blazed enough to warm the Nile, to ripen the barley, to draw lotus from the mud. And yet, every man, every woman, every child knew the truth. The sun was not invincible. This knowledge weighed heavy. The priests of Heliopolis preserved the memory in hymns and stone. They carved upon temple walls the tale of the Black Pyramid that rose against heaven, of Ra who pierced his own disk, of the girl who whispered, "Shine." The words were wrapped in ritual, guarded from the unworthy, but their weight shaped all worship. Every dawn became not merely a greeting but a defense. Priests raised their hands, scattering natron to purify the air, lighting lamps to mirror Ra's disk. Every dusk became not merely a farewell but a plea, prayers thick with fear that Apophis or the pyramid might devour him in the night. Kemet became a nation of guardians. The first kings rose with this memory burning in their chests. Menes, uniters of Upper and Lower Egypt, claimed that his crown was given not by conquest but by Ra himself, who whispered through dream, "Bind my flame in stone, so the void cannot rise again." So the first pyramids were conceived. At Saqqara, the step pyramid rose under the gaze of Imhotep, sage and architect, who declared, "Each step is a stair for the sun. Each stone is a word of binding. Let no shadow slip between." The people labored not as slaves but as votaries. Every block lifted was a prayer. Every line traced was defiance. When at last the pyramid stood, its terraces catching the light of dawn, the priests cried that Ra's heart was chained anew, that the void would sleep as long as stone remembered. But the shadow was not silent. Beneath the desert, the Black Pyramid pulsed faintly. Its hunger was sealed, but its whispers remained. Not all could hear them. Only those who strayed too far into silence, who lingered too long in loneliness. To them the pyramid murmured promises. The sun fades. His fire dies. But I endure. Serve me, and I will grant you silence eternal, peace without fear, power without death. Some resisted. Some fell. In hidden chambers, cults arose. They did not build pyramids for memory but for mimicry, hoping to echo the forbidden geometry. Their hands carved sharper angles, their tongues traced words that twisted like broken reeds. They sacrificed not grain nor incense but blood, believing it would wake the silence. Priests hunted them, branding them heretics, burning their scrolls, scattering their ashes into the Nile. Yet the whispers returned always in other ears, in other sands. For the pyramid did not sleep. It waited. And still Ra rose. Each morning he climbed the horizon, weaker but enduring. His gaze softened, for he saw mortals struggling not merely to live but to guard his light. He saw their stones lifted, their pyramids raised, their songs whispered even by children. And he knew, the battle was no longer his alone. Time passed like the slow bend of the Nile. Dynasties rose and fell, yet the memory of the Black Pyramid did not fade. Instead, it rooted itself deeper into the marrow of Kemet. Every pharaoh wore not only a crown of gold but also the burden of guarding the light. Khufu, greatest of the Old Kingdom, declared upon his enthronement, "As Ra sealed the void with his own fire, so shall I seal it with stone. Let my monument rise so vast that shadow itself shall cower." Thus began the Great Pyramid of Giza. The desert shook with labor. Tens of thousands of men, women, and children moved as one body, hauling limestone and granite across ramps that scarred the earth. Each block was set not merely as architecture but as hymn. Priests walked among the workers, sprinkling natron, whispering prayers as they lifted the stones. Harps played at dawn, drums thundered at dusk. For years the pyramid climbed skyward, its white casing stones gleaming like sunlight frozen in stone. Travelers from Nubia, from Sinai, from far-off lands saw it and fell to their knees, whispering, "It is a second sun upon the earth." Khufu watched with pride, believing himself the hand of Ra. He proclaimed from his throne, "As long as my pyramid stands, the void shall not rise. My soul will guard it. My name will endure as shield of the sun." And so Giza became not only tomb but fortress, a fortress of memory, of fire translated into stone. Yet whispers stirred even there. At night, some workers claimed they saw shadows move across the unfinished walls, shapes of triangles folding within triangles, faces of stone bending where no mason had touched. A mason, driven mad, carved into a block not the holy names of Ra but patterns sharp and twisted, angles that cut the eye. He was dragged before the priests, who beat him until he wept blood, but his mouth only muttered, "The pyramid calls, the pyramid calls." Priests burned him alive, scattering his ashes to the desert winds. But the whisper remained. For beneath Giza, in the dark chambers carved to house the king's passage into eternity, the shadow coiled. It seeped through cracks in stone, through silence itself, weaving into the dreams of architects and priests. Some woke screaming, swearing they had seen the Black Pyramid standing over their beds, its peak piercing their skulls. Others whispered of promises. "Build sharper. Build darker. Build me." Most resisted, but a few obeyed. Hidden cults blossomed in the underbelly of the kingdom. There were not many, a handful of priests, a few architects, a few soldiers who had seen too much blood. They gathered in secret, far from the light of torches, carving forbidden diagrams into clay and bone. They inverted prayers, calling not to Ra but to the silence beneath him. Their leader was said to be a priest of Memphis, once devoted to Ta, now twisted by visions. He called himself the angle bearer. To his followers he whispered, "Ra is fading. Look at his disk, dimmer each dawn. The gods will fall as men do. But the pyramid endures. It is the true throne of eternity. Serve it and you will never die." They swore oaths not with wine but with blood, not in temples but in pits of sand where the desert swallowed their cries. And the Black Pyramid pulsed faintly as though listening. Yet still the Great Pyramid rose. When at last it was finished, its peak gleamed beneath the sun, catching the first rays of dawn and casting them across the Nile. Mortals gasped, believing Ra himself had bent to bless it. The priests chanted, "Stone is memory, stone is bond." As Ra sealed the void with fire, so Khufu seals it with stone. The people rejoiced. For a time fear receded. But in silence, the pyramid of hunger dreamed. The death of Khufu did not silence the desert. His pyramid stood vast and gleaming, its casing stones catching the dawn like a second sun, its peak stabbing sky as if to challenge the void itself. Priests declared that his Ka, his eternal soul, had joined Ra in the heavens, guarding the seal of fire and stone. Yet the people whispered. For in the nights that followed his burial, strange winds circled the plateau. They moaned across the limestone blocks, carrying echoes of voices not of men nor of gods. Some swore they heard laughter, others weeping, still others words too jagged to hold in the mouth. The shadow had not been silenced. Khephren, son of Khufu, ascended the throne. He was proud, fierce, his crown gleaming with gold, his eyes set upon Giza as though it were both inheritance and burden. Standing before his father's pyramid, he raised his arms to the people and declared, "As my father sealed the void in stone, so shall I guard it." But stone alone is not enough. We must raise guardians of flesh and spirit, to watch when men sleep. Thus the dream of the Sphinx was born. From the bedrock of Giza they carved it, a lion's body for strength, a man's face for wisdom, a gaze fixed eternally eastward to greet the rising sun. Priests anointed it with oils, singers bathed it in hymns, masons carved its flanks with prayers of protection. When at last it stood complete, its colossal eyes gleaming with fresh paint, Khephren proclaimed, "Let this be the watcher of Giza. As Ra guards the sky, so shall this face guard the earth. No shadow shall pass unchallenged." The people cheered. They believed the land was safe. But in the silence of night, the Sphinx itself dreamed. Some workers swore they saw its stone eyes blink beneath the moon. Others claimed its mouth opened, whispering words that made their hair fall out and their teeth rot. Priests hushed such rumors, branding them heresy, yet fear grew. For if even guardians dreamed, what else stirred beneath the sand? Mycerinos, Khephen's successor, was gentler. His reign was shorter, but he too sought to bind memory in stone. His pyramid was smaller, yet its casing of polished granite gleamed dark red in the sun, a reminder of the blood Ra had given when he tore his heart from his chest. Mycerinos ordered daily rituals upon its steps. At dawn, maidens danced in circles, their arms weaving spirals in the air. At dusk, priests lit lamps that glowed crimson against the granite, whispering, "Ra gave his heart, we give our breath. Ra bled fire, we bleed song." And for a time peace returned. But silence never lasts. One night, beneath the stars, the high priest of Mycerinos awoke with a scream. His servants rushed to him, but his eyes were wide, unblinking, fixed upon nothing. He spoke with a voice not his own. "Stone is nothing. Circle is weakness. Angle endures." Then he fell lifeless. His body was entombed with honors, but whispers spread that the Black Pyramid had spoken through him. Priests doubled their rites, carving more prayers, burning more incense, but the fear lingered. If the void could speak through the mouth of a priest, what else might it touch? And so the pyramids multiplied, each one a seal, each one a prayer, each one a memory carved in limestone. The people believed themselves safe. But the wise, the scribes and the keepers of the oldest scrolls, knew otherwise. For in their dreams they still saw it, the first pyramid, black and seamless, its peak stabbing heaven, its voice whispering without breath. It was sealed, yes, but it was not gone. The night winds of Giza carried whispers. Not the ordinary sigh of desert air, but murmurs that curled like smoke, slipping into dreams. Workers woke drenched in sweat, convinced they had heard voices chanting beneath the ground. Shepherds claimed their flocks bleated at shadows that were not there. Mothers pressed lamps to their children's chests, whispering, "Shine, little one. Shine so the darkness will not take you." But the whispers grew louder. In Memphis, a priest discovered carvings upon the walls of a half-built tomb. They were not the holy hymns of Ra, nor the flowing spirals of Hathor. They were triangles, sharp, interlocking, endless. His hands trembled as he traced them, for the angles seemed to shift beneath his touch. That night he dreamed of the Black Pyramid rising, its peak piercing his skull. When he awoke, his lips moved without his will. Circle breaks. Angle endures. He strangled himself with his own linen sash before dawn. The priests of Heliopolis convened, their faces pale in torchlight. Merimna's successors, descendants of those who had watched Ra descend in fire, argued bitterly. One cried, "The cult spreads. We must scour them with flame, drive them into the desert to be swallowed by the sands." Another shook his head. "No. They are within us. Priests themselves hear the whispers. Strike too quickly, and we may burn the faithful with the damned." A third trembled, clutching his staff. "Perhaps the whispers speak truth. Look at Ra's disk, dimmer each year. If the sun falters, perhaps the pyramid is not enemy but heir." The council erupted in shouts. Trust fractured. Where once priests spoke with one voice, now suspicion divided them. And the whispers smiled. In villages too the cult took root. A farmer, weary from drought, fell to his knees in the fields and cried to Ra for rain. None came. That night, in dream, he saw a black triangle rise from the earth, and a voice promised, "Follow me and you will never thirst. For in silence there is no hunger." He abandoned his fields and carved forbidden angles into the walls of his hut. His neighbors found him days later, dead, but smiling, his eyes open and black as obsidian. The cult gathered in hidden places, caves carved into cliffs, tombs abandoned before completion, chambers beneath temples where even priests feared to tread. They lit no torches, for light betrayed them. Instead they traced lines in the sand with obsidian knives, chanting words older than speech. Their leader, the angle-bearer, appeared robed in linen dyed with soot. His voice was low but sharp, cutting into the minds of his followers. The sun bleeds. The gods falter. But the angle is eternal. Serve the pyramid, and your name will not be swallowed. You will not be food. You will be form. And they believed him. The signs of their corruption spread. Stones in Giza were found defaced, prayers to Ra replaced with jagged diagrams. Lamps burned with black smoke. Crops wilted overnight in perfect triangular patches. Cattle bellowed and fell dead, their hides marked with shapes no hand had carved. The priests redoubled their rituals. They lit fires at every temple, they chanted hymns until their throats bled, they scoured walls with salt and natron. But still the whispers slipped through. For silence needs no door. And yet, among the people, resistance burned. Children remembered the story of the girl who had whispered, "Shine." Mothers told it each night, painting circles on their children's foreheads with lamp ash. Farmers lifted their lamps high above their fields, swearing Ra would see and bless their toil. Builders carved secret spirals into stones before setting them, hiding prayers inside the monuments themselves. The land was divided, circle against angle, flame against void. And all the while, the Black Pyramid slept beneath the sands, its hunger sealed, but its dreams restless. The whispers could no longer be ignored. In temples, in fields, in hidden tombs, the cult of angles grew bold. No longer content with silence, they scrawled their symbols openly. Sharp triangles appeared carved into doorposts, painted on cattle, scratched into the very faces of priests. Where they gathered, lamps sputtered and crops curled to ash. The people grew restless. Villages quarreled. Brothers accused brothers. Faith fractured like a pot dropped upon stone. And so the pharaoh rose. He was Userkaf, son of Kentkaz, first king of the 5th dynasty. His crown gleamed with turquoise, his eyes burned with fury. Upon ascending the throne, he stood before the priests of Ra at Heliopolis and declared, "Enough." The whispers spread, but they are not greater than the voice of the sun. As Ra once gave his heart, so we shall give our hands. We will silence the cult. We will build the light into stone so vast it will blind the void forever. The priests bowed, tears streaming. For in his voice they heard not merely a king, but the echo of Ra himself. The decree spread across the two lands. Every man, woman, and child was to build not just for kings, but for Ra. Temples rose, vast and golden, their walls etched with circles, spirals, and hymns of flame. Obelisks pierced the sky, their tips gleaming with electrum, catching the first light of dawn and throwing it back across the Nile. Heliopolis became the beating heart of this solar revolution. Priests lit fires that burned day and night, never allowed to die. Children were brought to chant before the sacred flame, whispering, "Shine, shine, shine." And the people believed they were strong again. But belief was not enough. The cult resisted. They struck at night, their blades carved from obsidian, their bodies painted with soot. They slaughtered cattle, drained the blood into triangular pits, chanting as they spilled it upon the earth. They raided caravans, leaving only symbols carved into the sand where bodies should have lain. And worse, they began to whisper among soldiers, turning men against their captains, priests against their temples. Some defected, bearing secrets of rituals to the cult. The pharaoh could not endure such defilement. He raised his hand and declared, "Then let it be war. Not of kingdoms but of light and shadow. We will cleanse the land." The war of light began. Pharaoh's soldiers marched beneath banners of the sun, their shields painted with golden circles, their spears tipped with copper polished until they shone like flame. Priests marched beside them, bearing censers of incense, scattering natron with every step, chanting hymns of Ra with voices hoarse from endless prayer. The cult answered with silence. They emerged from caves and hidden tombs, their bodies painted black, their mouths sealed with triangular scars carved into their lips. They carried no banners, only knives and lines of chalk they drew upon the earth to bind their enemies. When they clashed, it was not merely men against men but symbols against symbols. At the Battle of the Red Sands, the pharaoh's army faced the largest gathering of the cult. The priests raised their staffs, chanting, "Ra rises, Ra burns, Ra binds." The cult hissed, drawing angles into the sand with their knives. Where the lines crossed, the ground shook, swallowing soldiers whole. The priests responded, pouring oil into the trenches, igniting them until circles of flame devoured the angles. The desert became a battlefield of geometry, circles burning, triangles cutting. Mortals screamed, their blood soaking the sand, but above them the sun blazed brighter than it had in years, as though Ra himself watched, lending strength. At last the cult broke. The survivors fled into the western desert, their voices swallowed by the dunes. The pharaoh declared victory, his men weeping with relief. But when the priests cast their incense upon the battlefield, the smoke twisted strangely. For in the silence after battle, some swore they heard laughter, deep, vast, and endless. The Black Pyramid dreamed still. The war of light ended, but peace did not return. The pharaoh, triumphant upon his golden throne, declared, "Ra has prevailed. His circle holds, his flame endures. The cult is shattered, their whispers silenced. The people cheered, but their voices were hoarse, their bodies weary. Fields lay fallow, temples burned, blood soaked the sands where angles and circles had clashed. Children grew up remembering the screams of war before the songs of dawn. And though the cult had fled, its shadow lingered. The priests of Heliopolis gathered to decide how to seal the land against future corruption. Some argued for walls, stone upon stone, circling every temple. Others argued for blood, sacrifices not of beasts but of men, to feed Ra's flame directly. A few whispered for silence, saying even to speak of the pyramid was to give it power. At last they agreed, more temples, greater temples, temples not to kings but to Ra himself. And so began the era of the solar temples. Across Egypt, vast sanctuaries rose. Unlike the pyramids, these temples were open to the sky, their altars catching the first rays of dawn. Obelisks taller than houses pierced the heavens, their tips gilded so they burned with fire each morning. Courtyards held basins of water that mirrored the sun, reflecting his disk so the flame would double itself. At noon, priests sacrificed bulls, goats, birds, their blood poured upon the ground in spirals, their cries lifted as hymns. At dusk, maidens lit lamps by the thousands, casting their glow across the Nile until it gleamed like a river of fire. The land itself became an offering. But offerings turned to demands. The priests, drunk with victory, grew stern. They declared, "If Ra bled his heart, so must we bleed ours. If Ra gave himself, so must mortals give more." At first it was animals, then prisoners of war. Then whispers spread of children taken from their homes, offered in silence at midnight rites. Mothers wept, fathers raged, but the priests silenced them with threats. Would you see the pyramid rise again? Would you see the void devour your crops, your names, your souls? Fear bound the people tighter than faith, and still the whispers found their way in. One night, a priest of Ra dreamed of the Black Pyramid. In his dream he saw himself cutting a boy's throat, offering the blood to the sun. But the shadow whispered, "Not to him. To me. His fire fades. My hunger does not." The priest awoke trembling, but at dawn he raised his knife with steadier hand than ever before. No one noticed the way his chants faltered, shifting slightly, bending words of light into syllables of shadow. Thus, within the very temples meant to guard Ra, the cult returned. Among the common people, despair spread. Farmers who had once whispered "shine," now muttered only in silence, afraid their voices would be twisted. Children played not at chasing the sun, but at drawing triangles in the dust, giggling though their mothers slapped their hands. Some still resisted. Families lit lamps in secret, circling their homes with lines of salt, whispering the old word again and again. But more and more the word felt weaker, like a thread stretched thin. For though the priests claimed victory, everyone knew the pyramid still dreamed. And sometimes when the wind moaned over Giza at night, even the most faithful swore they heard it laugh. The Nile failed. Its waters, once the lifeblood of Kemet, shrank into sluggish streams. The fields cracked. Grain rotted before sprouting. Fishermen dragged empty nets. Cattle bellowed weakly before collapsing into dust. Hunger spread like shadow, creeping from village to village until even the cities groaned with emptiness. The people lifted their hands to the sun, begging for mercy. Ra, giver of breath, bring the flood. Shine upon our crops. But Ra's disk rose pale, weary, his blaze dimmer than ever. The memory of his sacrifice weighed heavy. His flame endured, yes, but it was no longer the invincible furnace of old. And the people despaired. The priests of Ra did not falter in their demands. Each drought was declared punishment for weak faith. Each empty harvest, a sign that more must be given. They dragged cattle from starving farmers, slaughtering them upon temple steps. They seized children, branding their foreheads with spirals before offering them to the flame. Their chants grew louder, harsher, their eyes wild. More blood for the sun. The void stirs, we must bind it with flesh. The people who once whispered shine with love, now whispered it with fear. The word turned bitter in their mouths. In Memphis it began. A farmer, his family starved to bone, staggered to the temple of Ra with a torch in hand. Before the priests he shouted, "You have stolen my cattle, my grain, my son. You claim it is for Ra, but Ra gave his heart freely. He asked no price. You are liars. You are not priests of light, but mouths of shadow." He hurled his torch upon the altar. Flames roared, devouring incense and offerings alike. The crowd gasped, then roared with him. Stones flew, walls cracked, priests fled. The temple of Memphis burned until dawn. And thus the first rebellion was born. It spread like fire through dry reeds. In village after village, men and women rose against the priests. They overturned altars, shattered obelisks, toppled statues. They dragged corrupt high priests into the streets, stoning them until their blood mingled with the dust. But not all rebels fought for Ra. Some, in their anger, turned to the whispers instead. In the silence of burned temples, they heard the voice of the pyramid, soft and patient. Yes, break their circles and their lies. Come to me, and I will give you silence without hunger, peace without death. And many listened. The pharaoh, caught between famine and rebellion, trembled upon his throne. His generals urged slaughter, his priests demanded greater sacrifice, his people begged for mercy. He was paralyzed, torn between the circle and the angle, between faith and fear. And in his dreams the black pyramid spoke. It rose before him, vast and seamless, its peak piercing the sky. Its voice filled his skull. You rule nothing. Your people starve. Your priests lie. But I endure. Kneel and I will give you eternity. Build me not in stone but in silence. He awoke weeping. His crown felt heavy. His throne hollow. On the field of Mot, the gods themselves argued. Isis wept. The mortals suffer. Ra gave his heart, but his priests squander it. Their sacrifices reek of shadow. Osiris nodded grimly. They mistake blood for devotion. They do not see that love, not fear, sustains the sun. Thoth scribbled furiously. If memory bends to fear, then history will twist. The pyramid does not need to rise in stone, it will rise in minds. Ra, dim and weary, remained silent. His disk flickered like an ember, his wings heavy. He had given his heart once. He could not give it again. All he could do was watch. And so Egypt trembled. Rebels burned temples. Priests bled captives. Pharaohs faltered. And in the silence between fire and cry, the black pyramid laughed. The rebellion did not burn forever. Flames consume quickly, but hunger consumes longer. Villages that had risen in fury soon fell silent, their granaries empty, their wells dry. Fathers who had stoned priests now watched their children wither in their arms. Mothers who had sung shine in defiance now whispered nothing at all. Egypt bled not from battle but from famine. The pharaoh, pale and trembling upon his throne, sent emissaries with grain scraped from the last stores of Memphis. He swore mercy, begged for peace. Some villages relented, bowing once more to crown and temple. Others spat upon his messengers, cursing both Ra and the void. The land was divided, not by Nile or desert but by faith. At Heliopolis the high priests gathered in shame. One, wrinkled with age, spoke with bitterness. We demanded too much. We forgot the girl who whispered, "Shine." Ra gave his heart freely, but we have made his gift into chains. Another struck the ground with his staff. But if we yield, the void will rise. Fear is the only bond that holds the people. Their voices clashed until dawn, but no answer came. For Ra himself remained silent, his disk pale, his flame weary. The pharaoh decreed a new path. No more rivers of blood. No more children upon the altars. From this day the offerings to Ra shall be bread, wine, oil, incense. Not fear but memory. Not hunger but gratitude. The priests bowed reluctantly. Some clenched their jaws, thirsting for sacrifice. But the people rejoiced. At last their grief was soothed. Lamps were lit again, not in terror but in love. Circles were drawn in ash upon doorways. Children's songs once more filled the night. The word returned to their lips, trembling but alive. Shine. And yet the whispers did not end. The cult of angles, though scattered, was not destroyed. In caves, in deserts, in tombs half buried, they continued their rites. Their knives still traced lines in sand, their voices still muttered forbidden hymns. They no longer sought to overthrow temples, not yet. They were patient. For they knew the truth, Ra had bled once. He could not bleed again. The pyramids slept, yes, but sleep was not death. To guard against forgetting, the pharaoh ordered new monuments. Smaller than Giza, less grand, but many, scattered across the land like stones upon a tomb. Each was inscribed with hymns not of fear but of remembrance. Each told the story of the day the pyramid rose, of the sacrifice of Ra, of the girl who whispered, "Shine." Let every stone remember, the pharaoh declared, so that even if whispers return, memory will bind us. Thus ended the age of rebellion. The land healed slowly, though scars remained. Some temples stood burned and hollow. Some families never returned to prayer. Some priests still whispered too sharply in the dark. But the Nile flowed again. The fields greened. Ra rose each morning, pale but steady, his disk glowing with the breath of millions who still, despite everything, chose to believe. And far beneath the sands, the black pyramid dreamed in silence. Its hunger was sealed. Its voice was muffled. But its memory endured. And memory is sometimes enough. The sands of Egypt are patient. They bury, they reveal, they remember. Centuries had passed since the War of Light and the Great Rebellion. Pharaohs came and went, pyramids rose and cracked, dynasties bloomed and withered like lotus on the Nile. Yet beneath it all, the memory of the Black Pyramid lingered. For though its hunger was sealed, its whispers endured. The cult had not died. Scattered, hunted, driven from cities, its followers melted into the wilderness. Some wandered into the Libyan sands, where the horizon swallowed them whole. Others fled south into Nubia, blending with tribes that did not speak the tongue of Kemet but who too dreamed of angles in the night. In hidden caves they carved their diagrams. In abandoned tombs they painted walls not with spirals of Ra, but with jagged lattices that cut the eyes of any who looked too long. Their knives traced blood not upon altars of gold, but upon bare stone, leaving stains that never faded. And they waited. Among the people their presence was felt as rumor. In villages mothers warned their children. Do not wander far into the desert, or the whispers will take you. Fishermen swore that at night, they saw torches flicker along dunes where no caravan passed. Shepherds claimed their flocks vanished, leaving only triangular prints in the sand. Miners refused to work certain quarries, muttering that the stone remembered too sharply. But none dared speak openly. For to name the cult was to invite it. And silence the people knew was its food. Pharaohs tried to guard against forgetting. Some built temples higher than ever before, their obelisks scraping the clouds. Others ordered scribes to copy again and again the hymns of Ra's sacrifice. Scrolls multiplied, carved steely dotted the land, each repeating the tale of the Black Pyramid, the heart of Ra, the word shine. But even memory can twist. A careless scribe, weary at his task, miscopied a line. Where he should have written circle unbroken, he wrote circle broken by angle. His overseer noticed, struck him, burned the tablet. But others wondered, mistake or whisper. And so suspicion grew. The desert meanwhile grew louder. Caravans crossing the Libyan wastes reported nights when the stars themselves vanished, not behind cloud but behind geometry. Sharp lines drew themselves across the sky, black upon black, until the heavens seemed a shattered mirror. Men returned blind from those journeys, their eyes wide and white, their mouths muttering, "It rises! It rises!" The pharaoh forbade travel into certain dunes. Maps were marked with circles of warning. Yet still, traders disappeared, soldiers failed to return, wanderers did not come back. The desert was no longer just sand. It was whisper. And Ra endured. His disk rose each morning, though dimmer than in the first days. His flame still breathed across the Nile, though weaker. But he did not speak. He watched. For he knew, the war was not over. It had only changed. The Black Pyramid did not seek to rise in stone again, not yet. Now it sought to rise in memory. The throne of Kemet weakened. Pharaohs of great vision had passed. What remained were heirs more concerned with jewels than with the flame of Ra. They wore crowns heavy with turquoise, they drank wine in golden halls, they raised monuments to their own names rather than to the sun. The people still prayed, but their voices grew thin. They looked upon the pale disk of Ra and whispered, "He fades, and so does the throne." And in the silence left by weak kings, the cult crept closer. The priests of Ra had once stood firm, guardians of memory, voices of fire. But generations of power had swollen them. Temples brimmed with offerings, cattle, gold, wine, incense. Some priests grew fat, their chants slurred with drink, their fingers heavy with rings. And among them moved the shadows. At first it was whispers in the dark, a phrase slipped into a hymn, a gesture too sharp in ritual. Then entire prayers shifted, circles turning into triangles, spirals bent into angles. To the untrained ear, the words still sounded holy. But to those who listened closely, they carried a double meaning. The faithful prayed to Ra. The corrupted prayed to silence. And the people could not tell the difference. In Thebes, a high priest raised his arms at dawn and cried, "Ra rises eternal." Ra binds the void. The crowd cheered, lamps lifted, tears streaming. But hidden in his left hand was a shard of obsidian, its edge tracing lines upon his palm as he spoke. Blood dripped unseen into the sand, carving triangles invisible to all but the desert. At night, he dreamed of the Black Pyramid, its peak piercing his heart. He awoke smiling, convinced he had heard the true God. The infiltration spread like rot beneath paint. In Memphis, scribes copied hymns with subtle alterations. A single word twisted here, a single mark sharpened there. The changes were small, unnoticed by most, but together they rewove meaning. Where once the hymn declared circle eternal, now it whispered circle devoured. In Abydos, funerary priests carved symbols upon coffins. Families saw only blessings, but beneath the spirals lurked triangles hidden in the grain of the wood. In Heliopolis itself, the very city of the sun, a secret brotherhood of priests met at midnight. They wore the white linen of Ra by day, but by night they drew angles upon their chests with ash. They chanted not shine, but silence. The people grew confused. Farmers asked, "Why does one priest say, 'bread for Ra,' and another demand blood?" Mothers whispered, "Why does the hymn my grandmother sang now sound sharper, darker?" Children played in dust, drawing both circles and triangles, not knowing which belonged to Ra and which to the void. And doubt spread, which was worse than famine, worse than war. For doubt feeds silence, and silence feeds the pyramid. Ra watched from the heavens, his disk dimmer than ever. He longed to thunder, to roar, to strike. But his fire was weakened. He had given his heart once. He could not give it again. So he endured, wings heavy, eyes burning with sorrow, watching his own priests twist into masks. And the desert laughed. The corruption of the temples spread wide, but not all bowed to it. In villages far from Memphis and Thebes, in hamlets of mud brick and reed, there remained those who remembered. Their voices were not grand, their altars not gilded, but their faith was steady. They whispered to their children, "Do not trust every priest, do not trust every word. Remember the girl of Heliopolis. Remember the lamp. She said only one thing, shine." And so the children learned to whisper it at night, clutching their small lamps, their breath trembling but true. In one such village, near the edge of the desert, an old woman named Nefer became a keeper of memory. She was no priestess, no scribe, no noble, only a weaver, her fingers calloused from thread and loom. Yet the people came to her hut in secret. She would sit before them, her lamp burning low, and tell the old story. Once the pyramid rose, black and vast, swallowing stars. Once Ra gave his heart to seal it. Once a child spoke shine, and the sun endured. Remember, my children, Ra does not ask for blood. He asks for breath. He asks for memory. He asks for you to speak. Her words spread. Villagers began to carve circles into their door frames, hiding them beneath paint. Farmers sowed their fields in spirals, saying it would draw Ra's gaze. Fishermen tied their nets in loops rather than lines, whispering the word with every cast. They resisted not with swords but with memory. Meanwhile, in Thebes, a scribe named Passer worked in silence. By day he copied the hymns dictated by the high priests, though he knew their words had been twisted. By night he opened hidden scrolls, older than kings, written in faded ink upon fragile papyrus. These were the first hymns, preserved by scribes before corruption. He recopied them by hand, burying the scrolls in clay jars, sealing them beneath his floor. On the margins he wrote, "This is the true word. Guard it, When the angles rise, remember the circle. He did not live to see them found, but centuries later, others would unearth his jars and whisper his name in gratitude. Children too became guardians. In Memphis, when priests demanded blood upon the altars, a group of boys gathered in secret by the river. They lit small lamps stolen from their homes, arranged them in a circle, and whispered, "Shine, shine, shine." Their voices were thin, but the Nile rippled as though it heard. One boy swore he saw the disk of Ra flicker brighter at dawn. The priests discovered them and scattered their circle with blows. But each child carried the word in his heart, and no whip could tear it out. The corrupted priests raged. They hunted those who whispered without temple sanction. They smashed circles carved upon doorways. They seized scrolls, burning them in squares of flame. But they could not catch them all. The spark spread too far, too wide, too quietly. For faith does not always need temples. Sometimes it only needs a lamp, a word, a breath. And above Ra watched. His disk still dim, his wings still heavy, but his eyes softened. For though the priests faltered, though kings grew weak, though shadows whispered, the people remembered. And memory is light. The sparks of memory spread, and the cult felt them. The angle bearers, as the faithful of the Black Pyramid now called themselves, whispered among themselves. The circle returns. The word stirs. If it grows, the seal will hold. We must snuff it before it blazes. So they moved. Not as outlaws in caves, but as priests in white linen, scribes with reed pens, overseers of harvests. They hid behind the faces of Ra's servants, but their hearts beat to the rhythm of silence. And their knives were sharp. It began in villages. In one hamlet near Abydos, children had gathered to whisper "Shine" by the river. They lit their clay lamps, placing them in a circle. Their voices rose thin but pure. Farmers smiled, mothers wept, old men bowed their heads. But that night, masked men entered the village. They smashed the lamps, broke the circle, dragged the children screaming into the dark. In the morning, the villagers found only triangles carved into the sand where the children had been. The people wailed. Priests from Thebes arrived days later, proclaiming, "This is punishment for heresy." Ra does not ask for whispers, he asks for sacrifice. But the villagers knew. Their tears fell in silence, for they dared not speak the word again. In Memphis, the secret scrolls of Paseir were discovered. A scribe loyal to the cult betrayed their hiding place. The clay jars were unearthed, the papyri spread before the temple council. The high priest, whose palms still bore triangular scars, spat upon them. These are lies. Circles of weakness. Angles endure. Burn them. The scrolls were set aflame in the temple courtyard. The people watched, horrified, as smoke rose. Some swore the flames bent into triangles as they consumed the words. But one apprentice, trembling, snatched a fragment from the fire and hid it beneath his robe. The fragment carried only one word, charred but legible, "Shine." And thus memory survived even in ashes. The persecution grew harsher. Priests declared purity trials. Villagers were forced to light lamps before the temple. If the flame flickered strangely, if it bent toward a circle instead of a line, the bearer was seized. Some were beaten, others stoned, others vanished into the night. Children learned to hide their lamps. Mothers taught them to whisper "Shine" only under blankets, so softly even the walls could not hear. Fathers carved circles inside their tools, invisible to all but the eye of the sun. Faith turned secret. Fear turned open. The gods watched torn. Isis wept again. They twist even devotion. They hunt the innocent in my husband's name. Thoth muttered as his quill scratched endlessly. If the word is buried in silence, the pyramid wins. Even if it never rises, it wins. Ra spoke little. His flame was too weak for thunder. But in his eyes burned sorrow, and a flicker of pride. For though mortals suffered, they had not let the word die. Even in hiding, even in ashes, even beneath knives they remembered. And in the desert, the black pyramid dreamed louder. Its peak split in visions across the minds of sleeping men. Its angles bent through the shadows of temples. Its voice, once whisper, now thundered softly in dreams. Silence spreads. Circles crack. Soon I rise again. In the darkest nights, voices rose. They were not kings, nor priests, nor generals. They were shepherds in the fields, women grinding grain, fishermen casting nets, scribes too poor to own their own papyrus. Yet in dreams they heard a voice, not the jagged thunder of the pyramid, but a soft warmth, like dawn breaking through mist. Do not fear the angle. Do not bow to silence. Speak. Only speak. And they woke with one word on their lips. Shine. The first prophet was a blind man named Jedher. He wandered from village to village, led by a staff of olive wood. His eyes were clouded, yet he saw more clearly than most. Wherever he walked, people gathered to hear him. Ra gave his heart once, not to demand your blood, but to guard your breath. You are his circle. Each whisper, each lamp, each child's cry is his fire. Do not let them tell you otherwise. Some laughed at him. Some spat, calling him heretic. But others listened. They lit lamps quietly after his passing, repeating his word. Shine. A woman named Nebet rose in Thebes. She was no priestess, only a potter, but one evening she stood in the marketplace and cried, Do you not see? The priests demand blood because they fear. But Ra does not fear. He endures through memory, not sacrifice. Crowds gathered, whispers spread. The temple guards seized her, beating her before the crowd. Yet even as blood stained her lips, she cried again. Shine. The people roared the word back, dozens of voices echoing. The guards silenced her body, but not her flame. In the delta, children began to carve circles into clay jars before firing them. The priests broke them when they found them, smashing them to shards. But the shards, buried in the mud, remained. Years later, farmers would find them and smile, whispering the word again. In Nubia, traders returned with stories of desert wanderers who spoke no other word but shine. They carried no gold, no weapons, only lamps that never seemed to die, even in the harshest storms. Some called them mad, others holy. The cult of angles grew uneasy. Their leaders whispered in secret chambers. The word spreads again. The circle stirs. If we do not crush it, the seal will hold forever. So they unleashed more violence. Villages were burned. Prophets were stoned. Children vanished in the night. But the more they struck, the more the people remembered. And Ra, weary as he was, felt it. For the first time in centuries, his disk rose brighter at dawn. Not strong, not blazing, but brighter. He looked down upon the Nile, upon the villages whispering his word, upon the children carving circles into clay, and his eyes softened. They remember. They speak. I endure. The gods upon the field of Mot stirred with hope. Isis whispered, The fire returns. Osiris nodded. Memory holds. Even Set, grinning darkly, muttered, Perhaps silence will choke after all. And deep beneath the desert, the black pyramid groaned in its dream. Its angles shuddered, its whispers faltered. For silence cannot endure where voices rise. And the people whispered still, "Shine." The whispers of dawn could not remain hidden forever. The prophets who spoke of Ra's true gift drew followers in every corner of the land. Lamps burned again in secret, circles reappeared carved upon doors, whispers of shine rose each night with the stars. The cult of angles saw and struck. In Abydos, Jedher the blind wanderer was seized. They dragged him before the temple, his staff torn from his hands, his white hair streaked with dust. The high priest, whose palms bore triangular scars, spat in his face. "Old man, you poison the people with your word. Speak it now before all and see if your circle saves you." Jedher lifted his face, unafraid. His empty eyes gleamed with light no one else could see. "Shine." The mob gasped. Some wept. Others trembled. The cult priests fell upon him with knives, carving triangles into his chest until his voice fell silent. His body was cast into the Nile. But the word remained. The crowd carried it on their lips long after his blood stained the waters. In Thebes, Nebet the potter was chained upon the marketplace pillar. Her crime? Refusing to offer her child for temple sacrifice. The priest demanded she recant, to confess Ra demanded blood. She laughed, though her lips were split and bleeding. Ra bled once, his own heart. He asks nothing from us but breath. Shine. Stones flew at her, breaking bone. She died with a smile, her last word echoing through the marketplace. That night, mothers across Thebes whispered "Shine" as they held their children close. The persecutions multiplied. Villages that carved circles upon their doors were razed. Men who lit lamps without temple sanction were branded with triangles upon their foreheads. Women caught teaching the word to children were dragged into silence, never to be seen again. Yet the more the cult killed, the more the word spread. 4 martyrs burned brighter than gold. Their stories carried on the wind, their voices echoed in dreams, their blood seeded memory into the earth itself. The first great clash came in a small village by the Fayum. The people there refused to give offerings of blood. Instead, they lit hundreds of lamps, circling the entire village in light, chanting "Shine" in unison. Their voices rose into the sky, so strong the very stars seemed to pulse in rhythm. The cult descended at night, cloaked in black, obsidian knives in hand. They cut through the lamps, extinguishing flame after flame. But the villagers did not stop. Even as their homes burned, they whispered the word. Even as their children were dragged screaming, they whispered. At dawn the village was ash. But from the ruins, travelers swore they saw lights still burning, small circles of flame where no lamp remained. The gods themselves trembled. Isis cried. Their faith is pure, yet their blood floods the sands. How can Ra endure if his people are slaughtered for him? Thoth scribbled furiously. Martyrdom preserves memory. Their deaths write circles upon the scroll of time itself. The void cannot erase what is etched in sacrifice freely given. Ra, weary and dim, whispered softly, "They do what I once did. They give themselves not out of fear but love. And love binds stronger than flame." His disk brightened faintly, a fragile glow spreading across the Nile. The cult grew furious. If silence could not smother the circle, then terror would. They began marking entire villages with massive triangles carved into the earth, visible from the sky. Farmers awoke to find their fields cut into shapes no plow had made. At night, black fire burned at the corners of those angles, devouring crops and cattle alike. The people wailed, but even in hunger, even in fear, they whispered, "Shine." And the desert shuddered. For the Black Pyramid dreamed louder, stirred by the clash of faith and silence. Its peak glowed faintly in visions, its angles spreading like cracks across the minds of mortals. The War of Whispers was becoming War of Worlds. The War of Whispers had burned long in silence. But silence cannot contain fire forever. Across Kemet, villages rose in defiance. No longer content to hide their lamps, they lit them openly in circles around their homes. Farmers painted spirals upon their plows, fishermen carved loops into their boats, children drew endless circles in the dust of marketplaces. The cult struck harder, but the people no longer fled. They met knives with stones, torches with water, silence with song. The land trembled with a new truth. This was no longer persecution. It was war. In the oasis of Bahariya, a prophet appeared. He was called Menhu, son of no known father, his mother a shepherdess who swore she had dreamed of fire descending into her womb. From birth, he bore upon his chest a scar in the shape of a circle. He spoke little as a child, but when he reached manhood, his voice shook the desert. Ra will return. Not in fire as before, but in memory. His circle lives in us. Each lamp is his eye, each whisper his breath. When the pyramid rises again, he will descend once more, and we must be ready. The people trembled, for in his voice they heard not mere man, but echo of the sun. Menhu led no army, carried no sword. Yet villages flocked to him. When he entered a settlement, lamps lit themselves without flint, wells filled without rain, children laughed as though freed from shadow. He taught them the old word, simple and unbroken. Shine. And under his teaching, whispers turned to chants, chants turned to songs, songs to roars. The cult raged. They sent assassins in the night. Knives sought Menhu's throat. But always before the blade struck, a lamp flared, blinding the killer. Menhu would place his hand upon the assassin's brow and whisper, "Shine." Some wept and fled. Others fell dead where they stood, as if consumed by a fire unseen. His name spread across Egypt like dawn breaking through storm. Some called him mad. Some divine. Some whispered he was the reincarnation of the girl of Heliopolis, reborn as man to speak again. Then came the gathering of lamps. In the Fayum, thousands converged. Farmers, shepherds, masons, mothers, children. They carried lamps, bowls of oil, torches of reed. They lit them upon the shore until the lake shimmered like a second sky. Menhu stood at the center, his scarred chest bared, his arms raised. Behold, as Ra gave his heart, so we give our flame. We are his circle. We are his light. When he returns, it will be through us. The people roared the word as one. Shine, sun, shine. The desert shook. The Nile surged. Even the stars seemed to bend. The cult struck. From the dunes, hundreds emerged, robed in black, their knives gleaming obsidian, their lips scarred into triangles. They rushed upon the crowd, their chants jagged and sharp. Circle breaks. Silence endures. The clash was chaos. Lamps shattered, knives flashed, voices clashed with voices. But for every circle broken, 10 more were drawn. For every lamp extinguished, 20 more were lit. Men fought, women fought, children shouted the word until their throats bled. The desert blazed with fire and blood. And above the gods stirred. Isis whispered, "The people rise as one." their circle grows. Thoth nodded grimly. But the pyramid drinks violence as well as silence. Every drop of blood feeds its dream. Ra's disk flickered brighter, then dimmer, as though struggling between hope and dread. His wings trembled. His voice, faint but clear, reached the field of Mot. If they remember, I endure. But if they kill, the void endures also. The gods fell silent. For no circle, however pure, is free of blood. That night after the battle, men who stood upon the shore of the Fayum. His lamp burned steady though oil was gone. His followers gathered, bloodied but unbroken. He lifted his face to the sky. Ra, first flame, father of dawn, descend again. We are ready. And for a moment, just before dawn, the sun rose brighter than it had in generations. The people wept with joy. The cult fled into the dunes. But far beneath the desert, the black pyramid stirred. Its dream grew sharper, its angles keener. It whispered in laughter. Yes, return. Descend again. Feed me once more. The land of Kemet breathed again. After the gathering of lamps at the Fayum, the people carried their lights back to every village, every hamlet, every reed hut by the Nile. Lamps burned at dawn, lamps burned at dusk. Circles were carved anew into door frames, painted upon jars, etched into children's toys. The word echoed louder than it had since the first days of Ra's sacrifice. Shine. The people no longer whispered it in fear. They shouted it in hope. Men who walked among them, his scarred chest bare, his lamp ever burning though never fed with oil. Villagers bowed, kissed the dust before his feet, begged his blessing. He gave none but the word. Shine. He refused crowns, rejected temples. When Pharaoh himself summoned him to Memphis, offering gold and throne, men who smiled and said only, I am no king. I am a circle. And so are you. The Pharaoh wept, for he knew he had been measured and found small. The cult of angles reeled. Their assassins failed. Their knives broke. Their whispers faltered against the roar of the people. They fled deeper into the desert, vanishing into caverns and dunes where no man dared follow. Yet in silence they plotted still. The circle grows too bright, they muttered. But light must fall. Ra cannot descend without fire. And fire feeds us. Let them call him. Let them beg his return. When he comes, we will drink again. They waited in the dark, patient as stone. Above, the gods stirred uneasily. Isis smiled with tears. The people remember. They sing again. Osiris nodded. Faith reborn is stronger than faith imposed. But Thoth frowned, his quill pausing. Hope cuts both ways. If Ra descends once more, will he bind the void, or feed it anew? Even Set, smirking, muttered, perhaps the pyramid plays deeper game than all of us. Ra, his disk flickering brighter with each whispered word of the mortals, gazed upon the land. His voice, faint but steady, rumbled. They remember. They believe. I endure. But in the silence after, he did not speak of the cost. The people crowned men who not with gold but with memory. His name was carved into walls, sung in songs, whispered in cradles. His lamp became legend, his scar upon his chest a mark of prophecy. Mothers told their children, when the pyramid stirs, men who will rise again. When Ra descends, men who will guide him. Faith became shield. Hope became chain. And far beneath the sands the black pyramid dreamed. It pulsed faintly, its angles shifting in sleep. In its heart the void whispered, yes, call him back. Beg his flame. When he descends I will drink. As once before as always. For circles spin but angles pierce. And even hope feeds hunger. Thus ended the age of whispers. Not in silence but in song. Not in despair but in dangerous hope. The people of Egypt lifted their lamps, crying shine, with voices strong. Ra blazed a little brighter. The cult slunk into shadows. And the pyramid waited, patient, eternal. The circle held, but the edge of the circle was thin. And the desert remembers, always. Generations passed, but the lamp of men who did not dim. His voice, though long silenced in flesh, echoed in story. Mothers told it to children at dusk when lamps were lit. Scribes carved his name upon temple walls beside Ra's, not as king nor god, but as circle. Shepherds whispered it in the fields, fishermen upon their boats, masons as they lifted stone. When the pyramid stirs, men who will rise again. When Ra descends, he will guide him. The prophecy lived in every heart. Pharaohs came and went. Some feared men whose name, banning it from temples, punishing those who whispered it. Others embraced it, building shrines to his lamp, declaring themselves heirs of his voice. Yet no decree could silence the people. The word endured. Lamps burned not only for Ra but for men who. Circles were drawn not only for the sun, but for the scar upon his chest. His image spread, a man with a flame in his hand, a circle upon his breast, his eyes lifted toward dawn. Men who became memory, memory became faith, faith became shield. But even shields crack. In the desert, the cult of angles did not die. Driven from cities, broken at Phaim, they vanished into wastes where no Nile flowed, no crops grew, no gods walked. There, in caverns carved by no mortal hand, they built altars sharp as knives. Their hymns cut the silence, their knives carved angles into their own flesh. They waited. For silence has no need of time. Signs returned. A caravan vanished upon the road to Siwa. When searchers arrived, they found the sand blackened, the camel's bones arranged in perfect triangles. Traders whispered of stars bending into strange shapes, constellations forming angles never seen before. Fishermen upon the Nile swore their nets tangled in patterns that cut their fingers to blood. The people grew fearful. Lamps burned longer, prayers louder. But the whispers crept closer. Hope feeds me too. Call him back. Call your son. When he descends, I will drink again. The black pyramid laughed in dreams. Pharaoh Neferurker, troubled by omens, summoned the priests of Heliopolis. They debated fiercely. Some demanded greater offerings to Ra. Others urged silence, saying even to name the pyramid was to wake it. A few whispered, too softly to be safe, that perhaps the pyramid was no longer enemy but heir. The council broke in division. The pharaoh trembled, uncertain. And the desert stirred. The gods upon the field of Mot watched uneasily. Thoth muttered, "The prophecy binds them. Men whose lamp shines still. But prophecy is double-edged. It binds light, but it may also bind shadow." Isis cried, "Surely love will guide them. Surely memory holds." Set only laughed. They beg for Ra to descend. They do not see, the pyramid begs the same. Let the sun fall again and hunger will feast. Ra, his disk flickering brighter than in centuries, spoke softly. If they call, I will answer. But I fear what waits. The legend of men who grew brighter. The pyramid stirred deeper. And Egypt stood upon the edge of dawn and dread. The name of men who, once whispered in secret, now sat upon the lips of kings. Pharaoh Jedkare, fearing rebellion and seeking favor, declared before his court. As Ra once gave his heart, as Menhu once bore his lamp, so I too shine for Egypt. My throne is the circle, my crown his flame. Priests in white linen carried effigies of Menhu alongside Ra's bark in festivals. Lamps were lit in his honor, incense burned as though he were God. The people rejoiced, for at last their faith seemed blessed, not hunted. But not all rejoiced. In Memphis a council of priests raged. One slammed his staff upon the floor. Menhu was no god. He was a rebel. His word undermined the temples, weakened the sacrifices, opened the way for whispers. Another raised trembling hands. But his word endured when ours faltered. The people believe because of him, not us. If we deny him, we deny their faith itself. The chamber split, half chanting hymns of flame, half muttering curses. Suspicion spread. Whispers of heresy slithered through the very temple walls. And in the silence between their shouts, a darker whisper smiled. The cult of angles watched from the desert. They heard the name of Menhu spoken in temples and laughed. Yes. Praise him. Crown him. Build your faith upon him. For prophecy is double-edged. He promised Ra would descend again. And when the sun falls, so shall your circle break. They sent emissaries in disguise, men dressed as pious scribes, women robed as widows. They entered cities and spread rumors. Men who spoke not only of Ra, but of another fire. A hidden flame. A truer God. Some believed. Some doubted. But the seed was planted. The people too divided. In the Delta, farmers painted Menhu's image upon their walls, his lamp glowing, his chest marked with the circle. They swore by his name as they sowed fields, whispering both Ra and Menhu in the same breath. In Thebes, nobles mocked the devotion. A potter's son? A shepherd's bastard? You kneel to a man who owned no crown, no chariot, no throne? He is no prophet, but a beggar's ghost. Fights broke out in marketplaces, lamps smashed, circles scrawled upon doors crossed out with triangles. Unity fractured. Hope trembled. Pharaoh Jedkare pressed harder. He ordered a grand temple built in Menhu's name, its obelisks taller than any before, its walls etched with the prophecy. When the pyramid stirs, Menhu will rise again. When Ra descends, he will guide him. But in carving the words, the masons hesitated. Some chisels slipped. A line bent where it should not. And upon the stone an angle appeared. Accident or whisper? None could say. The gods upon the field of Mot argued. Isis cried. The people remember, but they turn man into idol. Faith twists again. Thoth frowned, his quill pausing. Prophecy binds them, yes, but it also blinds them. If they worship Menhu more than Ra, their circle will crack. Set smirked. Let them bicker. Let them crown prophets and fight over his bones. Every fracture feeds silence. Ra, his disk flickering brighter yet unsteady, spoke softly. I gave my heart once. They call again. I must answer. But what if they do not call me, but something wearing my name? The desert listened. The pyramid stirred. Time passed, and the story of Menhu grew brighter and darker. His memory lived in every heart, but memory bends. Stories shifted with each tongue, until no two villages told the same tale. Some said Menhu had been Ra's own son, born of fire and woman. Others claimed he was the reincarnation of the girl of Heliopolis, come again to speak the word. Still others whispered he was no man at all, but a flame that walked in flesh. Faith blossomed into many flowers and weeds. The first false prophet rose in Elephantine. He was called Kamwasit, a mason by trade, who bore upon his chest a scar he had carved himself in the shape of a circle. Standing before crowds, he lifted a lamp and cried, "I am Menhu reborn. Follow me and Ra will descend through my flesh. My lamp is his bark, my heart his flame." The people roared in joy. They carried him through streets, offering oil and wine, bowing as though to Pharaoh. Lamps multiplied, circles spread. But one night his lamp went out. Witnesses swore they saw his face twist into shadow, his smile sharpen. He whispered not shine, but words too jagged to hold. Within a week, his followers vanished into the desert with him. None returned. The people roared in joy. They carried him through streets, offering oil and wine, bowing as though to Pharaoh. Lamps multiplied, circles spread. But one night his lamp went out. Witnesses swore they saw his face twist into shadow, his smile sharpen. He whispered not shine, but words too jagged to hold. Within a week, his followers vanished into the desert with him. None returned. In Memphis another rose. A woman named Hent Nefer, clothed in white linen, claimed visions from Ra. Men who spoke the word, but I am the vessel. Through me Ra will descend. Offer me your sons, your daughters, and I will open the gate. Her followers obeyed. They brought children to her, laying them upon altars. Blood stained her robes. The priests of Ra denounced her, calling her servant of the angle, but she laughed. Ra demands blood. Did he not bleed his heart? I only mirror his gift. The people trembled, torn between memory and fear. Some fled her. Others joined her. The land fractured further. The cult of angles smiled. They whispered into the ears of such pretenders, guiding them, twisting their words. Each false prophet carried a kernel of truth wrapped in shadow. Each drew crowds, divided villages, sowed suspicion. Menhu returns. Menhu is vessel of Ra. Menhu was flame of the pyramid, not Sunday. The voices multiplied until none knew which was true. Pharaohs raged. Some ordered the prophets executed, their bodies burned. Others embraced them, declaring themselves heirs of Menhu's blood. Temples divided further, some blessing, some cursing, some secretly joining. And the people did not know where to turn. A farmer in the delta asked, "If one prophet says bread and lamp, another says blood and knife, and both claim Menhu's name, how do I know the circle from the angle?" His wife answered with tears, "Perhaps there is no circle left. Perhaps all flame burns the same." Doubt spread like rot. The gods upon the field of Mot watched in dread. Thoth muttered, "Words bend. Memory twists. Even prophecy corrupts." Isis wept. Mortals seek hope, yet every false voice devours it. Set grinned wide. At last, they tear themselves apart without need of knife. Let the pyramid rise, the cracks are already carved. Ra's disk flickered, brighter with faith, dimmer with corruption. His wings shook. His voice trembled. They remember my heart, but not my silence. They forget that my gift was not blood, not crowns, not prophets. Was a word, a breath, a circle. But the people did not hear. They shouted too many names. And in the desert, the black pyramid stirred deeper. Egypt became a land of many voices. Once there had been one hymn, one word, one circle. Now, every marketplace echoed with different chants, every village with different truths. The people no longer whispered in unity, they shouted against one another, lamps lifted not in harmony but in challenge. The prophecy of men who, once shield, now fractured into weapons. In Thebes, two prophets faced each other in the temple courtyard. One, clothed in red, declared, "Menhu was Ra's vessel. Through me he will descend again. Offer your fire, your gold, your blood, and Ra will walk among us." The other, clothed in white, shouted, "No. Menhu was no vessel but circle. He returns only in memory, only in word. Say shine and that is enough." The crowd split. Stones flew. Lamps shattered. Blood stained the temple steps. That night, the temple burned, its flames twisting into triangles as they rose. In Memphis, factions clashed in the streets. One side carried effigies of Menhu with a lamp burning in his hand. Another bore banners marked with scars of blood, declaring his gift was sacrifice. Families struck each other with sticks and stones. Brothers fell. Mothers screamed. And above it all, priests of Ra hid, terrified, unsure which voice to condemn, which to bless. Their silence was louder than any cry. The cult of angles rejoiced. They whispered into both sides. "Yes, you are true. The others are false. Strike them down. Purge them. Only your flame is real." And so both fought harder, neither seeing that the whisper came from the same shadow. Each prophet, each faction, each village bled, and each drop fed the pyramid. In the delta, entire communities broke apart. A mother, once devoted, now refused her son's lamp because he followed the wrong prophet. A husband abandoned his wife because she whispered a word differently. Neighbors who once shared bread now shared knives. Circles upon doors were crossed with triangles. Lamps, once symbols of unity, became sparks of war. The Nile, once river of life, carried blood. He gods upon the field of Mot raged. Isis tore her veil in grief. They kill each other in the name of memory. They forget Ra's gift entirely. Thoth slammed his quill, ink splattering. Division writes cracks in the seal. The pyramid does not need to rise in stone. It rises in their voices, their doubts, their war. Set laughed until the sand shook. Yes, let them fight. Let them burn their own temples. Ra's circle is broken by their own hands. Ra's disk trembled. His light flickered, brighter one dawn, dimmer the next, as though torn between faith and blood. His voice shook the heavens. "Stop. My gift was breath, not blade. My circle was love, not death." But the mortals did not hear. Their prophet shouted too loudly. And beneath the desert, the black pyramid pulsed. Its dream grew sharper. Its angles stretched like cracks beneath the Nile. Its voice thundered in silence. "Yes, break, divide, go. Call your son again with blood upon your lips. When he descends, I will drink." Amid the chaos, a new pharaoh rose, Unas, the last of his line. He was young, but his eyes burned with desperation. The kingdom trembled beneath him. Villages divided, temples in flames, prophets warring in his streets. He knew if the land broke further, no throne, no crown, no god could hold it. And so he conceived a bold plan. If faith is fractured, I will bind it. If prophets divide, I will unite them. Let all of Egypt gather. Let every lamp be lit, every voice raised. One night, one word, one circle. And Ra himself shall see we are one. His counselors warned him. The cult of angles will come. Their whispers will bend the ritual. But Unas shook his head. Then let us drown them in light. Messengers spread across the two lands. From Memphis to Thebes, from Abydos to Elephantine, from Delta to Nubia, the call was proclaimed. Come to Saqqara. Bring your lamps, your oil, your voices. Pharaoh commands, one night of flame for Ra, for Menhu, for Egypt. The people came. They came in caravans bearing jars of oil, bundles of reeds, clay lamps by the thousands. They came singing, some chanting the word shine, others muttering prayers sharper, more jagged. They came in fear, in hope, in hunger. By the night of the ritual, the plain of Saqqara swarmed with tens of thousands. The priests prepared a circle vast as any pyramid. Stakes marked the ground, ropes stretched to form the shape. Within, lamps were set, each waiting to burn. At the center, an altar of gold, upon which rested both Ra's effigy and Menhu's lamp, the very lamp he had carried, preserved in secret for generations. The crowd trembled. The night was silent, save for the beating of thousands of hearts. Pharaoh Unas raised his arms. Egypt, light your flame. 1,000 sparks struck flint. 1,000 flames leapt. The plain of Saqqara became sea of fire, lamps stretching farther than the eye could see. Circles of light glowed upon the earth, spirals burned into the night. The Nile shimmered in reflection as though a second sun had risen. The people roared as one. Shine, sun, shine. The sound shook the desert. The stars themselves seemed to quiver. And Ra heard. From his bark above, his disk blazed brighter than it had in centuries. His wings spread wide, his voice thundered across the heavens. They remember. They call. I endure. The gods rejoiced. Isis wept with joy, Osiris bowed his head, even Thoth smiled faintly. The circle had bound itself anew. But beneath the sands another voice stirred. The black pyramid pulsed. Its angles shivered, its dream sharpened. For the roar of thousands, the blaze of countless lamps, the flood of hope and fear, all were food. Silence devoured noise as easily as emptiness devours breath. Its voice rumbled in the dreams of the gathered. Yes, call him. Call your son. When he descends I will drink again. Your light is my feast. And among the crowd some faltered. Their lamps bent strangely. Their voices twisted. Triangles carved themselves into the sand at their feet. The circle burned bright, but cracks formed within. Pharaoh Unas did not see. He stood at the center, tears upon his face, certain his kingdom was whole again. His voice thundered with the crowd. Shine. The flames rose higher, brighter, hotter. The night turned to day. And far below, the pyramid laughed. The night of Saqqara burned like no night before it. Lamps by the thousands roared with flame, their circles merging into a single ocean of light. The air shimmered with heat, the sands glowed as if molten, and the Nile itself seemed to flow with fire. The people cried with one voice. Shine, sun, shine. Their throats tore, their eyes streamed tears, their hearts thundered. Faith itself seemed to have taken form, blazing brighter than stone or star. And then the visions came. To some Ra appeared. They swore they saw him descend upon wings vast as dawn, his disk blazing gold, his eyes burning with love. He stretched his hands and whispered, You remember me. You are my circle. I endure. They fell to their knees, weeping with joy. Farmers tore their clothes in reverence, mothers lifted children high, priests sang until their voices cracked. For them the prophecy of Menhu was fulfilled, Ra had returned. But not all saw light. To others the fire bent strangely. They gasped as the flames sharpened into lines, as lamps cracked into angles. They swore they saw a vast shape rise from beneath the sands, black and seamless, its peak piercing heaven. A voice thundered in silence. I endure. I pierce. I rise. They screamed in terror, some dropping their lamps, others prostrating themselves in awe. A few laughed madly, convinced the pyramid itself was God. For them the prophecy was curse. The pyramid stirred. The visions clashed in the same night. Neighbors looked at each other with disbelief, shouting, Did you not see Ra? No. It was the pyramid. Fists flew, lamps shattered, voices turned from chant to cry. What had begun as unity cracked into chaos before dawn had even come. Pharaoh Unas, standing at the altar's center, saw both. At one moment Ra's wings burned before his eyes, filling him with joy. At the next, the black peak of the pyramid stabbed his vision, filling him with dread. His knees trembled, his crown slipped, and tears of confusion stained his face. He shouted only once. Which was true? No answer came. The gods themselves debated. Isis cried. I saw him. Ra descended. His flame touched the earth again. Osiris frowned. I saw shadow. Angles bent across the sky. The pyramid stirred in truth. Thoth's quill scratched furiously. Perhaps both are true. For faith and fear feed the same fire. Ra descended, but so did silence rise. Set laughed louder than ever. Yes. Let them choke on doubt. Let them split forever on what they saw. For doubt is sharper than any blade. and Ra himself remained silent. His disk blazed at dawn, brighter than it had in centuries, but his voice did not thunder. He left the mortals to their visions. By morning Egypt was broken. Half swore Ra had returned. Half swore the pyramid had risen. Neither trusted the other. Families argued, villages split, temples rioted. And in the desert, beneath the sands, the black pyramid pulsed stronger than before. For division is silence. And silence is food. The night of fire did not end at dawn. The flames of Saqqara had burned into memory, and memory into division. What one man saw as salvation, another swore was damnation. The plain of unity became the seat of schism. Egypt awoke not as one nation of faith but as two. In the north, villages swore Ra had descended. They painted his wings upon walls, carved his disk upon stones, sang hymns declaring the prophecy fulfilled. Men whose lamp, they claimed, had guided Ra back, and his circle was sealed once more. Their chants grew bold. We are saved. The pyramid is broken forever. They marched in festivals, lamps high, singing until their throats cracked. Joy lit their steps. But in the south the vision was darker. There the people swore the pyramid had risen. They painted its black peak upon their doors, carved triangles into the earth, whispered prayers sharp and jagged. Some bowed in fear, others in devotion. Their chants grew grim. Ra fades. The pyramid rises. We must serve what endures. They gathered in silence, lamps unlit, knives glinting. Temples split. In Memphis 2 high priests fought before the altar. One shouted, Ra descended in glory. The circle holds. The other spat back. Blind fool. The pyramid rose. The angles pierce. Your circle is lie. Their followers clashed within the temple itself. Statues fell, incense scattered, blood soaked the sacred floor. In Thebes, scribes wrote hymns of both visions, unsure which would endure. Their scrolls contradicted each other, ink smudged with sweat and fear. Pharaoh Unas faltered. He had hoped to bind Egypt. Instead he had shattered it. His throne shook as emissaries returned with news of riots, uprisings, burnings. His counselors demanded harsh decree. Choose. Declare Ra returned. Crush the doubters. But others urged the opposite. Admit the pyramid rose. Bow before it. Survive. Unas wept. For he had seen both, light and shadow, circle and angle. His crown felt heavier than stone, and he knew no decree could bind a truth split in two. And in the desert the cult thrived. They walked among both sides, whispering into ears eager for certainty. To those who swore Ra had descended, they murmured, Yes, he came. But he came weak. He cannot save you again. Only silence can endure. To those who swore the pyramid had risen, they whispered, Yes, you saw true. The pyramid is God. Serve it and you will endure. Both factions listened. Both factions bet. The cult needed no war, only division. The gods upon the field of Mot grieved. Isis cried. They tear each other apart over visions. Faith becomes weapon, prophecy becomes chain. Thoth whispered, Truth no longer matters. Only memory. And memory bends. Set roared with laughter. At last, Egypt devours itself. The pyramid need not rise, they raise it with their own tongues. Ra, brighter than dawn yet trembling, whispered only to himself, If they call again I must answer. But will I descend to bind, or to break? The Nile flowed red with sacrifice and riot. Lamps flickered in joy and terror alike. Circles and triangles clashed upon walls and sands. And beneath it all, the black pyramid pulsed stronger than ever, fed not by silence but by argument. For even voices raised in rage carved cracks for angles to pierce. The fire of Saqqara did not fade with its embers. It lingered in memory, sharper than stone, heavier than crown. What was meant to bind had broken, and the fracture spread through Egypt like a crack through granite. Pharaoh Unas died with doubt upon his lips. His successors inherited not a throne of gold, but a throne of division. Generations passed. Children grew into men and women who did not agree on what their fathers had seen. Scribes wrote scrolls that contradicted each other. One proclaiming Ra's descent, another the pyramid's rise. Temples rose to both truths, priests bickered over hymns, festivals clashed in the same streets. Men whose name endured, but twisted. In one hymn he was savior, bearer of lamp. In another he was vessel of Ra, gateway of descent. In another still he was traitor whose word cracked the circle. His memory became mirror, each faction saw what it wished. And truth was lost. The cult of the angles no longer needed to hide. They walked in temples, whispered in councils, guided prophets, sharpened visions. They were not named, not seen, yet always present. Some wore the robes of Ra's priests, others the clothes of merchants, others the rags of beggars. Their work was not to fight but to whisper. And each whisper bent memory. They did not need to raise the pyramid in stone. They raised it in minds. The gods upon the field of Mot grew weary. Isis wept endless tears, her veil soaked. Osiris folded his arms in silence. Thoth's scrolls filled with contradictions until ink itself seemed confused. Set laughed and laughed until even he grew tired. And Ra endured. His disk rose each dawn, dimmer yet steady. His wings beat, heavy yet unbroken. He gave no new sacrifice, no new fire, no new word. He waited, silent, for the day the call would come again. For the prophecy of Menhu, though twisted, remained. When the pyramid stirs, Menhu will rise again. When Ra descends, he will guide him. The people clung to it, some in hope, some in fear, some in anger. It bound them yet also divided them. It gave light yet also cast shadow. It was chain, shield, and crack all at once. And beneath the sands, the black pyramid dreamed deeper. It pulsed like a heart of stone, each beat echoing through centuries. Its laughter was faint but endless. Its voice curled into silence. Yes, remember, argue, doubt. Each memory feeds me. Each vision cracks the seal. When the circle calls again, I will drink. I endure. Thus ended the age of fire stirrings. Egypt remained, proud and broken, faithful and divided. The Nile flowed, pyramids rose, kings ruled, but always in shadow. For the pyramid had not risen in stone, yet its shadow lay across every word, every lamp, every prayer. And the desert remembered. Always, the desert remembers. Through fire and silence, through faith and fracture, the story of Ra and the pyramid became more than myth. It became the marrow of Egypt itself. Each dawn, the sun rose weaker yet enduring, each night the sands whispered sharper yet waiting. Mortals lived between breath and silence, circle and angle, memory and dream. Ra had given his heart once, and with that gift had sealed the hunger. He never descended again. His wings remained above, heavy but enduring, his disk rising each morning not in triumph but in patience. He had no need to strike again, for his true weapon was not flame but memory. The black pyramid never rose again in stone. It remained buried beneath the sands, its angles sealed, its hunger muffled. But in memory, in doubt, in silence, it endured. It whispered still, patient as desert, feeding on cracks of faith. Menhu became eternal. Not in flesh, not in prophecy fulfilled, but in word. His lamp, whether real or remembered, burned across centuries. His scar, circle upon his chest, echoed in every child's game, every farmer's field, every mother's lullaby. He was not king nor god, but symbol. And symbols do not die. Thus the war was never won, never lost. It was endless. For every circle drawn, an angle waits. For every lamp lit, a whisper stirs. For every voice crying shine, silence answers. And yet, the circle holds. Because mortals remember. Because children whisper. Because love endures where fear consumes. And so the tale ends not with flame nor with silence, but with choice. The choice of every dawn, every lamp, every breath, to whisper shine or to remain silent. The gods wait. The pyramid waits. The desert remembers. Always. And so the tale of Ra and the great giant pyramid is not a tale of endings, but of echoes. For in every dawn, in every whisper, in every lamp burning against the night, the battle is fought anew. The circle endures, because you remember. And the desert remembers always. The screen fades to black. A single lamp flickers. The word appears. Shine.